A little bit half dead. Did you not have coffee? Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Yeah, okay. I kind of believe you. Good morning, Nikos. Did you sleep well?
Good morning. It's really nice to see you, all of you. We made it, not only after the very successful yesterday dinner, but I think that most of you have been hanging around, so it's really nice to see you back all here. Just before we start, this is our social media accounts, so you can find there everything that you need to share and actually share what you're learning here or what you experience here. It is very important for us, all this knowledge to be shared, so please don't hesitate.
Thank you, Nikos. So just a quick brief over yesterday. Yesterday we had a really good day one. We spoke a lot about technology, and we saw a lot of different applications and different programs that have been created in light of the war in Ukraine. We also got to see some interesting statistics around how trolls are operating online, for example. We also got to understand a bit more about how calling Russians and trying to build a bridge and change their minds, which I think is a very interesting approach towards trying to combat the results and what the effects of the war in Ukraine. So today we're going to be going a little bit deeper, and I'm excited because our very first panel today is going to be on digital influencers from Ukraine fighting the Russian aggression. The discussion will be moderated by Yulia Reshitko, the DCN representative in Ukraine. So if the team can make their way onto stage, and please give them a warm round of applause.
Thank you, Ora. Thank you, everyone. Good morning, everyone, once more. It's very pleasant to meet all of you today in the early morning to listen to actually what we are going to tell you. And yesterday we gave you a short introduction into what DCN have been doing all this time in Ukraine, especially during the wartime. And here you see except myself, the grantees of the Influencers Hub Ukraine. So just a quick reminder, the first Influencers Hub was dedicated to bloggers, influencers who have already had their own blog or was a journalist working with journalists. So the people who actually started the career or just chose to be a blogger, whatever. So this is Yaroslava and Melania from the first incubator. And actually one more participant, and it's I'm very pleased because when we had Nastya for the first time, I thought she was 16 years old probably. And Nastya will tell how old was she when she joined actually Influencers Hub Ukraine. And she has already got her own blog dedicated to books, if I'm not mistaken. Afterwards, she changed everything and started a story about misinformation, disinformation, but for teenagers. As previously Diana told us yesterday, it is very important to talk to people in their own language, and approaching teenagers on behalf of teenagers is a good way actually to talk to them. And so there was the second incubator, and the participants of it are here with us in the room as well. And Maria joined us during the wartime already. So after the third incubator, she's a journalist and documentalist, and actually we will see today a little bit of her work. It will be 2 trailers shot in Kharkiv. It's east of Ukraine. It is constantly shelled, and the story will be a little bit how to say, traumatic or whatever, but I will warn actually when we will need to consider whether to watch it or not. And before we start, I would like to tell a few words. Probably it should be an insight how to comprehend Ukrainians nowadays, because sometimes it seems to us that it's not to a certain extent understandable what Ukrainians do feel right now, because no one of us can be prepared for war. Neither did we. So it was of course, the war on the eastern part of Ukraine was for 8 years already. But actually, people who lived in Kyiv, Lviv, major cities, did not feel that much. Of course, we knew people who were defending Ukraine on the east, but mainly the full-scale invasion of Russia on February 24th was caught us, actually. It was not surprising because we always knew the large war will happen, but that it would happen this way and this close to us, and within this short period of time was really shocking for us. And it's better to say that all of us, denying we it or not, are traumatized, because no one of us was prepared to bury our friends and loved ones and families. No one was prepared to wake up every day like a taut string, watching TV or reading news about one city or another was hit. So for instance, in the morning today, so here is 28th of July, and it is the National Statehood Day in Ukraine, and also a religious holiday, the baptizing of Kievan Rus. And we started the day with constant shelling of Kyiv region, Mykolaiv region. For instance, in Kyiv, there are my relatives, my family, and it is always hard. So we are really always nervous and probably very, very tired for these 5 months, despite our trying to be okay, trying to joke even over the situation we have right now. And one more thing I would like also to say before this: it is very, very hard to comprehend that the word genocide and myself are already on the same sentence. Because if to think deeper, why we are being killed all this time? It's not because territory, really. I don't think, and probably neither does anyone in the room, think that the war is because of territory or resources. We are killed because we are Ukrainians. It's hard to deny, if to think deeper, really. And it is really hard to acknowledge that this is happening actually in the 21st century in Europe, digitalized Europe, modern Europe. That is why probably one have take this into account while having something to do with Ukrainians right now. Despite all of this, as I told before, girls had a lot of projects to do before the war, and actually Influencers Hub Ukraine as a platform and projects we started before have become a platform to rely on during the wartime. And it's really cool because we were able to do what we have been doing all this time and were effective in. So the stories today will be about what girls, ladies are right now doing for helping army or combating disinformation or helping in any other way, just to help not only the Ukrainian army but the whole society as well. And my pleasure to pass the floor first to Anastasia Kharkova. So she is a high school student, and I remember my question about how old were you actually when you joined Influencers Hub Ukraine, what was the project about, and what are you doing now?
Thank you very much, Yulia, for introduction. And thank you very much, Yulia, for introduction once again. And before I will tell about Influencer Hub and my way with the CN, I actually want to start with showing you 2 photos. Okay, so here is me and my great-great-grandmother. And you are probably wondering, why am I showing you these photos now? But they are actually related to the war. And they have much more in common than you might think. Because both me and my great-great-grandmother, we survived the genocide of Ukrainian nation. But there is one great difference. My great-grandmother survived famine, Holodomor, and her tragedy, during which she lost 2 children, was recognized as genocide 60 years after it happened. My war was recognized as genocide 2 months after it started. And digital age has something to do with it. Because now you can take your phone, go online, and see what is happening in Ukraine almost in real time. And digital age allowed all the world to see how cruel Russian soldiers are in Ukraine and how they are destroying Ukrainians. I completely agree with Yulia that now we are being destroyed just because we are Ukrainians, and this is genocide of our nation. But as you can see, digital age is helping us to fight against Russian propaganda and Russia as the enemy. So now a bit about myself. My way with the CN began before the war, and I was the participant of the first incubator, which was happening online during the pandemic. And as Yulia mentioned her question, I was 14 when I joined this program, and this program helped me to develop the new YouTube channel. I had one about books, but then I thought that I want to create something more serious. And I started creating my YouTube channel about media literacy. On the incubator, I learned everything I need to know, and I created the YouTube channel about media literacy for young people. I was telling about fakes, about disinformation, how young people should react to fakes, how young people should react to hate on the internet. And it is ironic, but on the 24th of February, I was planning to post my next video, just another peaceful topic, but as you all can see, the war ruined all our peaceful plans, all our peaceful life. And since the 24th of February, I stopped filming on the channel, because in my opinion, topics there are too entertaining. But I really hope that I will come back to my channel and will continue filming when the war will end and when Ukraine will win. But since the beginning of the war, I didn't stop filming completely. And this is also thanks to DCN Global, because their reaction to the war was very instant, very quick, and they started gathering stories. Stories of Ukrainian people, of their fight, of their evacuation. And I was helping to gather these stories. I was helping to find the stories and tell them in formats of videos and articles. Since then, my job, my work didn't change drastically. I'm still doing the videos, I'm bringing faces of the war in Ukraine, and I'm doing it for such amazing project as Jen's Theory. One moment. Okay, yeah. So I already told you how digital age helps us in this war, but there's always a good and evil side. And the evil side of digital age in our case is that digital tools help to spread propaganda and help to spread fakes, Russian fakes created by Russian propaganda. I want to quickly tell you just about one case that happened in the Czech Republic. There, Russian propaganda claimed that owners of the shops didn't want to serve Ukrainians, didn't want to welcome Ukrainians, and they put the signs on the shops, you can see it on the picture on the right, that Ukrainians are not welcomed. And of course this was fake, this turned out to be fake, and this fake was destroyed by Ukrainian fact-checkers. But what is more interesting, that Russian propaganda created this fake and later posted it on their media as a big scandal, big news. And they are doing it all over Europe. They are creating fakes, creating fake conflict between Ukrainians and citizens of other countries, and then posting it on their media and abroad as the big scandal and big news. But let's finish the phrase on the slide, that fakes about the war are easily spread on the internet and destroyed by fact-checkers. And this is also happening with help of digital tools and digital age. Our fact-checkers now have access to all information from different countries, and I can even tell more about this fake in the Czech Republic. I am now being a refugee in the Czech Republic, and this fake was also related to me, so I was really curious, and I decided, okay, tomorrow I will go check if this is real. But the next day I didn't have to check it, because fact-checkers from Ukraine, who are now physically in Ukraine, already checked it and said it was fake. So as you can see, with help of digital tools, our fact-checkers can check facts and can check information quicker than me being physically in the country where this fake appeared. And by the way, in this room we are having an amazing fact-checker, Alena Romaniuk, and I really want to thank her for her incredible job and for incredible job of all fact-checkers fighting on the information front. And using my time, I really want to share with you one more project that we created in the Czech Republic. This is the website for Ukrainian refugees called Pro Ukrainu. And this also shows how quickly can things develop during the digital age. This website we created for Ukrainian refugees, and we are helping them, informing them about any changes, and also telling about war in Ukraine for Czech audience in Czech language. But I really want all world to pay attention to such media, because many new media was created it was the beginning of the war for Ukrainian refugees. And such media are now not only in the Czech Republic, but also in Poland and in different countries around Europe. And we really need to pay attention to such media, because they actually can become the ones to destroy disinformation all over Europe, because this is Ukrainian media. And we are lucky because we receive support of Czech colleagues. We are now able to work, and we have workplaces. But most of such journalists who work in this media, they are volunteers. So we really need to support such media. Thank you very much for attention, and as you can see, I can talk about this project for hours, so I'm passing the floor to my next colleague.
Thank you, Nastya. Doris Clicker. Okay, and we go to our next colleague. So Yaroslava was working for IREX and probably is still working for IREX, but joined us for the Fake News Hunters project, and she will tell us what was it and how she continued her work during the wartime.
Thank you. Thank you all. I want to say once again thank you for this great opportunity. And I want to thank Leonardo and Erasmia and all team Fake News Hunter. They supported me for all this time and during my project. And give really useful advice. Yes. Yes. Here you can see our goals, our audience, instrument, and others. It's not so important. And here is a number. We have analyzed around 3,410 posts in Telegram and other. It contains fake and manipulation about COVID. It was so far, yes. And I want to talk now about what happens after this project. When this war started, during my project in Fake News Hunters, I worked with 2 volunteers. And when the war in Ukraine started, Russia invasion, yes, this big Russia invasion started, we work with my volunteer, and we find around 200 volunteers. We wanted to spread the information about Russia crimes in Ukraine. I need to work with 2 volunteers, but one of these volunteers, she was in a village, and this village was under Russia occupation. And she was staying in a shelter with her family for 1 month. And when we finally have connection with this girl, I asked her, "Are you okay?" And she told, "I'm okay. I'm alive. I was not raped. My relative is okay. I'm okay." It was so strange to hear this word, but because this girl was staying in the shelter for 24 days. We don't have possibility to go in the world, yes. We're just staying in the shelter, eat what we have in this shelter, and it was really hard to hear this news. I was really happy that she is alive, but it was really hard. And yesterday we talked about why people should care about the war in Ukraine, and I want to talk about this more, because all what I do now, I try to explain people abroad about the war in Ukraine, about why we should support war in Ukraine. And the main opinion is because you never know. We always thought that war is something very far, and it's not about 21st century, yes. It's not about Europe, no way, no in Europe, yes. But you never know. Now I understand why were not rationality reason for war. You can plan your vacation, you can plan your weekend, you can plan your life, but the Russian invasion started on Tuesday. On Sunday, I paid for the dance classes for the 2 months. The war started on February, but my friend bought his new apartment in Bucha on December. And he worked really hard for years, and he was so proud. But now all what he has, it's a big hole, instead his apartment. We always try to explain all around how it works, society, people, war. We can say we don't know the truth, but we know. Our security service published many interceptions for Russian women with their husband. We asked their husband, please to use condom when you will rape Ukrainian women. We know. We can think we are opposite but Russia propaganda, but it's a choice. Kill or not to kill children or women without weapons, yes, it's a choice. It's not about propaganda. And we do this because we can't do this. And we feel this empathy. We know that nobody can do this, something with this, yes? Now I live in Germany and people will help and try to support us as much as we can. We don't speak about Olaf Scholz, yeah? But it's a little strange to see how people prepare for vacation. I understand that it's normally, yes, prepare for vacation. Sorry. So when we ask people why you should care about the war in Ukraine, because you will never know. You can plan your life, but one moment you just take the bag. If you have time to take this bag, you need to take your children, your dogs, cats, and just run. And you, all the world around you can say to you about the war, yes, but we had already this war for 8 years, and we thought, okay guys, surprised us, yes, we live with war for 8 years, we have this pandemic, what else? And I know it's really hard to understand before the war will knock on your door. We don't want to see this in your country, in other country. And we all can stop this in Ukraine. And we are ready to stop this in Ukraine. Because we want to go on vacation in Bulgaria, yes, and Germany, and other country, and see happy people there. And understand that Russia will not do this terrible crime in this country, that these people will not to have such bad experience. So why people should care about the war in Ukraine? Because we can stop this. And all what we need is just united and explain people that the war, it's not about film, it's not about heroes, it's not so beautiful like in the Hollywood films. It's really bad. And we all will have this traumatic experience, and we all don't know what we can do with this experience, and how we can find the how we can live after this world, how to plan our life after this war. If we in these conditions, yes, when we understand that we live near this crazy neighbor. Thank you.
Thank you, Yaroslava. There is nothing to add, actually. And I will just pass the one sentence, I will pass the floor to Melania. Do you need a clicker? So, like, Yaroslava and Nastya, like, happily, I mean, they for the God's sake, moved abroad, and we are happy they are living there, really, not like hearing air raid sirens all the day, every day, every month, for 5 months already. And we are starting like the stories from the girls who are, who choose every day to live in Ukraine, because we just cannot leave the country, because we have in the country our loved ones, our friends, relatives who are now in the Ukrainian army. So we really are trying to do our best and dedicated actually what we're doing to help people there. So I'm passing the floor to Melania Podolak. Melania is a YouTuber. She used to be a YouTuber. She still is a YouTuber. She accumulates a huge crowd in Twitter, actually, and she transformed everything she did before just for helping Ukrainian army within the famous charity Pritula Foundation. The floor is yours, Melania.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you, girls, for the job you're doing. I'm going to be quite brief. Before the 24th of February, my life has been largely dedicated to building my country. And by building my country, I mean that Yulia here knows very well. We've been dealing with stuff like judicial reform, police reform, anti-corruption initiatives, and it seemed as something that you should do in a young, beautiful country full of potential. All of that had to go to a halt. I hope not indefinitely. I hope for some time now we will be able to come back to that. But to give you an idea of what I've been doing before the 24th, pardon my voice and my behavior. This morning at around 4 o'clock in the morning, we were, me and Yulia were woken up by the sound of an app stating that there is an air raid going on in Kyiv. So yeah, pardon my tiredness. So yeah, but before the 24th, I have created a YouTube channel. I think it was April 2021 or something. And I have been filming these videos. I was trying to explain to people in this kind of more entertaining way what the deal was with the Ukrainian politics, what the deal was with the Ukrainian government. Just make it, you know, as simple as possible in this kind of cheerful manner so people are more interested. I think I even have, yeah, something like you'll see, I have an example. But yeah, it was fun. Yeah, it started 29th of March. And it became fairly popular fairly fast, so like in 5 months I got my first 10,000 subscribers. And I was doing well. It was really nice to talk about things that I was interested in, and there was audience that would like to listen to that stuff, and we were able to make some real change. We were gathering rallies against the injustice and against the court corruption, and it was very interesting. So this is to give you an idea. I think you can turn on the video even. I think it's it has a, at least that's what I was putting on it. Anyway, this video is dedicated to, we had a church that burned down in Kyiv, and some corrupt oligarchs decided to give to charity to renew that church. And I was trying to show to people that even though they're giving the money to renew the church, they did not stop becoming corrupt people. So, and kind of to give people an idea of what that is, I used the biological term mimicry, which means when something tries to look like something else. So it's to give an idea, and obviously that's why I'm in the jungle in my video. So that was the kind of stuff I was doing. Yeah, there you go. And then the DCN Influencers Hub happened, and it was a great experience meeting new people, and I did a bit of a change of content. And it went very well. We were talking about disinformation campaign, the revolution in Kazakhstan happened, and that was a very good ground for talking. We had fact-checking live streams with people trying to understand Russian fakes and Russian propaganda, and teaching people about that was also nice, but it also felt kind of, you know,
we were having fun. It was serious stuff, but we were having fun. Yeah, that's also kind of things I was doing before the 24th. So you can see it was 30th of January. I was trying to explain to people that if Russia were to attack Ukraine, it wasn't because of NATO, it was because of different reasons that we all happened to learn later. And so this is already after the beginning of the war. It's a live stream from the basement, because I said that I was gonna make a live stream, and then when I had my camera set up and everything, the air raid hit, and we had to go to the basement. I think that was the day when Russian cruise missiles hit a power station around 900 meters from my house. So, nevertheless, show must go on. Talking to people is important, raising money for the military is important. So that has been largely what I have been dealing with within the project I was working on. We were able to fundraise a lot. So, for instance, one of the live streams we've been hosting, we have managed to collect 151,000 hryvnias for the charity foundation I work for. And this is an example of kind of how nice people have been and how fortunate I was with my audience and with this project. I mean, this is all connected, the DCN incubator and the YouTube channel. So this is the 24th of February, 11:33. I wrote a tweet that said I need to buy Kevlar plates for the 3rd unit of Special Forces, Lviv Brigade, that is 24th Brigade of Armed Forces of Ukraine, and first separate brigade of the Right Sector Volunteer Unit. And so I wrote this on 11:33, and then you can't see the time here, but around 40 minutes on the 24th of February, we were able to collect, I think, 400,000 hryvnias, so less than an hour. And this is largely what this has changed, is that it's not just about telling people the truth. It's not just about explaining to people what war is. It's not just about fact-checking. It's about making real change, and it's about, doing something that you can touch, something that is actually helping your army succeed in this. And I really wish I didn't have to do this. I hate it. I'm gonna be very honest with you. I loved YouTube and I loved what I was doing, and I can't wait to come back to it, because I always thought that I was meant to incite change in my country, and I can't do that. I have to do this, and I hate it. But in all fairness, there's nothing I can do about it. That's the resource I have. That's the resource these girls have, and this is our lives now. I do thank you for, paying attention to these things, and I thank you guys, and I thank the organizers for everything you've been doing for us. I really wish that one day we could all come back to having fun. For now, that does not seem to be viable. But, by having events like this, by talking to guys like you, by you talking to your governments, to your friends, to your colleagues, something might change sometime. And maybe someday you will get to watch some of my YouTube videos that would not be related to war. If we're alive, I'll send you the link so then the war is done. So that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you, Melania, and we need to quickly move forward, because we have of course we are restricted in time, and we can talk about this for ages, you see that. And actually the most interesting part, really, because we will watch two trailers directed by this beautiful girl, and this is a kind reminder that the content will be sensitive. That's why just consider watching it or not. It's pretty okay if you don't choose this, so it's totally fine, because as I told before, we are traumatized That's why we're watching this all the time. It's really cruel because I just can say it as a joke, but we were watching during February and March and April, we were watching like corpses all the time, and we're happy when they were Russians but not Ukrainians. And I will pass the floor to Maria just to explain what is this film about. It was two films, two short like trailers of films, future ones. What will be these films about? And just to comment on what we will see here.
Hello, everybody. Like told Yulia before, I'm a journalist, I'm a documentary filmmaker, and from beginning of the war, I leave my main job like journalist and start with only documentary film director. I, with my colleagues, take a camera and go to the dangerous place on the front line, to the Kharkiv, for example. And I try to understand why people who still live in Kharkiv, for example, it's a very dangerous area, can't leave this place because everybody can die anytime. They stay in Kharkiv. It's a city. It's a big city and beautiful. We know that city. It's a place where people build relationships, fall in love. It's a place for conversation, for job. But Russian bombed destroyed it. And now I show how Ukrainians build new relationships. First movie, it's called like Portrait. And this movie like essay without words, because I can't describe what happens there. It's very hard as for me. We just even look and feel. So I would like to see my first job. Can please sound. We need sound. Please start again, I ask. Oh. New conception, only picture, no sound. But I hope we check it soon. Да, ось чому треба чекап, перш ніж щось показувати. Я ж кажу, да, чекап дуже важлива річ. Дуже стидно. О, щось чутно трохи, чи то в мене вже в голові грає. say last words to his dead son. And I don't know what I can add to this story. It's like first draft. I still filming it, and I don't know what will finally, because it's like destiny and without salary. So next story, firstly let's show, and after I am explain what about it.
Вот талисман 2022 года. Тигр мой. Вот такая елочка. Провожаем уходящий придурочный 2021 год. Чтобы все негоразды остались здесь в этом году уходящем. А все хорошее, здоровье, долголетие, семейное благополучие. Чтобы все было в 2022 году. Оно будет. О, все, отстреляли. Новый год, блядь, ебашит.
Пойдет. Ложи его, начальник ставит. А его.
Нет. Да, чтобы на нее сбрасывали. Нормально. Это не считается, как говорится у нас, войной, правильно? Это просто огонь.
Бима, мальчик мой, я покушать тебе принес, мой малыш. Царство тебе небесное, Бим, прости, что я не смог уберечь тебя. Иди покушай. Прости, малыш.
Нормально живем. Частенько прихожу, вот так ложу, вижу, вот зажигаю свечу и ложу вот так руку на косточки. Все равно душа кота есть тут, душа мамы есть, душа птиц. И они сейчас как ангелы-хранители, всегда со мной. Нормально будет.
So this movie about people's so again this movie about people for whom house is a main values. They can't leave his city, his destroyed building, because it's like foundation for them, foundation of them life. And in this movie, I will show across my main characters. Alexander, we meet with him just now. Life of whole districts. It's Saltovka called. It's a main dangerous district in Kharkiv. And in this movie, I will answer about language, about values, main values, why people stay in a dangerous area. And this movie will about hopeful, because everybody believe that we will win soon and we rebuild our life and our house. Thank you a lot.
Thank you, everyone. Just we have taken a lot of time. I'm sorry, Aura, I promised, but I did not keep the promise, unfortunately. Yeah, just not to end on this like bad tone. Actually, all in all, in the end, everything will be okay. You know this. So every war ends, and I'm sure we will survive. We will try to, for instance, at least try to. And with the help of your countries, with the help of you, with the help of your organizations, we can do more to end this stuff as far as possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Very, yeah, my heart is not really okay. But thank you so much for sharing. And thank you for, I hope you continue to tell the story. And I hope you could share the link, possibly in the speakers group as well, because I noticed it's on YouTube. So if you could please share the links as well, we can follow the story. And we wish you peace soon. Nikos.
Thank you. Now we will move into another topic, which is actually defenses against cyber attacks. We have with us online, it will be Charlotte Lindsay, which is a Chief Public Policy Officer from Cyber Peace Institute in Geneva. She will speak about cyber attacks timeline of the war in Ukraine. Unfortunately, Charlotte was not able to make it and be with us, but nevertheless, her topic is of great importance because cyber attacks have proven to be a crucial element and factor during the war in Ukraine. Charlotte, good morning. Can you hear us? Hi, Charlotte. Yes. Yes, now we can hear you. Just give us a couple of seconds in order to do some technical amendments, okay? Charlotte? Yes, can you hear us? Thank you. Charlotte, thank you for being virtually with us. We would have loved to have you with us, but nevertheless, the floor is yours. Please, you can start your presentation.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I can't hear you very well, but can you see my screen with the cyber attacks platform?
Yes.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Hello, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Should I start? Can you hear me?
Yes, please do.
Perfect. Okay, thank you very much. I hope that you'll be able to see my screen, which is a demonstration of the cyber attacks in times of conflict platform, which is a platform which was developed in response to the cyber attacks that were happening against Ukraine after the invasion by the Russian Federation in February this year. what I would like to do is firstly to just introduce the Cyber Peace Institute. It's a non-governmental organization whose mission is to reduce the harms from cyber attacks on people's lives worldwide, and to provide assistance to vulnerable communities and to call for responsible cyber behavior. With this mission, we decided in February to start to aggregate data on cyber attacks against critical infrastructure, which were essential for the survival of the civilian population, and civilian objects, so objects which are protected under international humanitarian law in situations of armed conflict. And this information has been made publicly available on the platform that you have on the screen in front of you. This platform is looking at cyber attacks and threats from 3 different perspectives. The cyber threat itself, the type of attack, the impact and harm caused, and law and policy. And what we have done so far is to analyze the 265 attacks affecting 19 sectors across 27 countries. And we're continuing to analyze attacks as they happen. And monitoring this conflict is really important because it's about documenting the harm and impact caused to people and society, to highlight the concerns related to the protection of civilians, and to call for responsible behavior in cyberspace. And what you are able to do on the platform is to look at the different types of attack that are affecting the civilian population. And we've aggregated the attacks according to 4 attacks of data and systems, disruptive attacks, data weaponization, and then cyber use for disinformation and propaganda. And in each of those sections, you are able to identify where the harm, the type of harm, the type of impact, and what this would mean for the civilian population. What I would like to say is that the journey for data collection scope shifted along as the conflict was changing. At the beginning, we started to collect data only in relation to attacks that were happening in Ukraine itself. But as the conflict has progressed, we expanded the data collection to include data cyber attacks that were affecting other countries. And that's why, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
That's why we have started to include data affecting some 27 countries, but still related to the conflict in Ukraine and Russia. What I would like to say is that the war in Ukraine has seen the use of both cyber attacks and kinetic weapons, and it's the combination of the cyber attacks and kinetic which is causing, which is of such concern. But I think the focus that has been very much on the kinetic attacks affecting the population has, by traditional weapons, has obviously masked the number of cyber attacks that are happening. But if you took away the kinetic attacks, you would see that the volume and scope of cyber attacks has been very high and would normally have drawn much more attention. And on the platform, you can identify which countries have been affected by the attacks, what type of attack has been affected, and where, and which type of sector is being affected, whether it's the education sector, the health sector, IT sector, mining, etc. What I would like to do is just to now focus a little bit on the types of attacks that have been affecting Ukraine and other countries during this conflict. So firstly, on destructive attacks, what I would like to say is that we have seen attacks such as wiper malware and targeting Ukrainian entities and organizations. And these have been destructive attacks which are leading to the deletion of data or damage to systems, rendering them unrecoverable. And we've seen 6 significant strains of data wiping malware, which have been identified targeting Ukrainian entities and organizations. And 3 of these were first observed to be deployed on the day before or the day of the Russian invasion in February. The impact of these attacks has rarely been publicly reported, yet it appears that they have been primarily deployed against public institutions, financial and energy companies, and telecommunications providers inside Ukraine. If I look at disruptive attacks, what we have seen there, these are attacks which are leading to the interruption of services and operations, so DDoS, denial of service attacks, and they've been particularly affecting the public and financial sectors, with civilians impacted in their ability, for example, to access online payments and banking applications. What we've seen is DDoS attacks have featured heavily during the conflict in 3 different areas. So Ukrainian organizations during the early stages of the invasion, on Russian organizations following a call to civilians by the Ukrainian government for the so-called IT army, and then on public institutions in some NATO member countries relating to current geopolitical and economic factors. The third area that I would like to look at is data weaponization, and these are attacks which have been leading to the theft or exfiltration of data, or the acquisition of data for espionage, intelligence, surveillance purposes. And this would include hack and leak attacks through the theft and leak of data for political or ideological purposes. And what the leak of data and information from institutions and organizations it sows distrust, it demonstrates an inability to secure sensitive data, and potentially places individuals at risk. And what we have seen is, since February, a transparency collective known as Distributed Denial of Secrets began to publish data from predominantly Russian organizations. We also saw that the consequences of the public release of these terabytes of data containing millions of pieces of personal data, it's yet to be fully understood what the impact of that will be, but it's highly likely that individuals will be impacted. And then the last group I would like to look at is cyber, which is used for disinformation or propaganda, leading to the spread and circulation of false information and political propaganda, attempts to influence the information space and limit access to timely, reliable, and official information for the population. What threat actors appear to be trying to influence is information circulated through mainstream media by accessing the accounts of or impersonating high-profile Ukrainian figures, by defacing websites or altering information through cyber attacks in order to spread geopolitical messages, spread disinformation, and influence public opinion. So that is the type of attacks that have been happening, and how it's been affecting different sectors has depended on the type of attack that is happening. What I would say is, thankfully, we haven't witnessed the type of devastating cyber attack with large-scale humanitarian consequences for the civilian population that are often the scenario when assessing the potential use of cyber in conflict. However, there are a high number of cyber attacks occurring. What we are also seeing is non-traditional actors becoming involved, such as IT experts and engineers who are responding to calls to engage, such as volunteers, cyber armies, or hacktivist collectives, which have played a significant role during this conflict. The primary type of attack have been undertaken has been these hack and leak style attacks by anti-Russian actors, and denial of service attacks on Ukrainian allies by pro-Russian actors. What we can see, for example, just to give an example, is the energy, mining, and financial sectors are visible sectors which have been being targeted during the war. And we've been, for example, documenting cyber attacks or campaigns against the telecommunications sector, and that has been significantly hit in Ukraine. I would also like to say that the public administration sector that you can see close to the bottom, they suffered a spate of DDoS attacks in April and May, which were impacting public administration, government websites, national rail providers of some governments who demonstrated support to Ukraine. Attacks have been documented on NATO members and those who were candidates for membership. And some of these have been attributed to groups like Killnet or Anonymous, who've claimed attacks against and to disrupt websites and public portals. As I mentioned at the beginning, to date we've documented attacks impacting 27 countries beyond Ukraine and Russia. Just to say a few words about the type of threat actor and the geopolitical notion there. At this stage, the Institute, we're erring on the side of caution as to when it comes to quantifying and qualifying the cyber attacks attributed to a particular party to the conflict or other actors, because the process of attribution is particularly lengthy when it comes to cyber attacks. And many of the attacks that we have documented are self-claimed by collectives. So it is important to actually do the technical and legal analysis of attacks as a responsible approach before fully attributing attacks. What we can say from our data collection is that we have observed an increase in the reporting of DDoS attacks by hacking collectives, notably on NATO member countries. And the Ukrainian Information Security Service has also publicly commented, for example, at the end of February, that they've seen a 7-fold increase in attacks in 2022 compared to the same period in the previous year. What we should also highlight is that in parallel to this, the IT Army of Ukraine is reporting hundreds of DDoS attacks through its dedicated website, which we don't currently collect due to information, the limited nature of the information available on this site in terms of when the attacks took place and the impact that they have had. I would just like to conclude with some observations more generally related to the destabilization of cyberspace. And this links also to the aspects of the legal and normative ecosystem. Cyber attacks conducted in the context of war do have far-ranging consequences on the safe, secure, and trusted use of technology. And I think this is really important to recognize the participation of some loosely affiliated individuals in conducting cyber hostilities. It has risks for those individuals themselves, and it has risk also for the stability of cyberspace. Participation of individuals, those that aren't part of the military or of a government, poses a risk to individuals. And the participation of collective poses also an attribution challenge, which in turn can complicate the attribution for harm caused by cyber attacks. And I think as we look beyond the destabilization of cyberspace from these actors, we've also noted some challenges relating to the long-lasting impact of cyber attacks. So we've seen open source technologies which have been founded on the principle of collaboration have been exploited for the use of spreading of disinformation and propaganda, going as far as embedding malware, which is coined as sort of protestware. And this new trend has raised concerns about the harm that this may cause. So as we're still coming to terms with the sort of cyber attacks that are happening in relation to this conflict, cyber attacks that are targeting the critical infrastructure, which is essential for the survival of the civilian population. And we would just like to underscore that this is really important in terms of ensuring the protection of the civilian population and responsibly with cyber behavior. And that this is the work we'll need, an analysis of this will go on long after the conflict is over, to also look at what are the issues of accountability linked to the use of cyber during this conflict between Russia and Ukraine. I will finish there and open to any questions that anybody will have.
Thank you. Thank you, Charlotte. Can you hear us? Thank you. We would have preferred to have you on site, but nevertheless, your presentation was great. We really thank you for your participation. Are there any questions? Okay, Charlotte, thank you very much. Looking forward to have you in person. Thank you. Thank you.
That's the sound of the pandemic. I feel like that and you're muted. I think if you say you're muted to anyone, they'll just start laughing. Our next discussion is going to be a panel, and it's going to be on the transformative role of digital technologies. And on our panel, so when I say your name, please could you kindly make your way to the stage. On our panel, we have Melanie Garson. She's the cyber lead of the Internet Policy Unit at the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change. Her topic will be what the Ukraine war has taught us about the power of global tech companies. We also have Minhak Selik, the founder of Ragusa Strategic Communication in Turkey, and he's going to be speaking on cyber-enabled disinformation operations in the Ukraine war. And last but not least, we have Alice Stolmeyer, who is the Executive Director of Defend Democracy in Brussels, Belgium. And she will be speaking on, are we humans ready for digital technologies, the emotional aspects of disinformation as they apply to Russia's war in Ukraine. Please give our speakers a warm round of applause. Speakers, thank you. We're going to start with Melanie.
Thank you, everyone. Good morning and delighted to be here. I'm Dr. Melania Garson. Have you heard? I'm the cyber policy lead at the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change, where I work primarily on cyber policy and tech and geopolitics. I'm also associate professor at University College London, where I teach about the future of conflict in the digital age. So, if I can work the buttons, and not that one. Tech is reshaping war. It's nothing new that with every revolution in technology, whether that's from fire to gunpowder to steam engines to the Industrial Revolution, it has had a radical effect on how we do warfare. And with each change in technology, the time that it takes for that technology to be weaponized is getting smaller and smaller, so much quicker of how we're seeing it. And that was one of the first things that when we were looking at the Ukraine conflict in particular, that was being dubbed as for a long time as the first cyber war as it was coming, was how we were going to look at tech reshaping war and whether it was going to be the first sort of strong case study of a lot of the theories that we'd been looking at in the field. And tech reshaping war was nothing new in Ukraine. In fact, Ukraine had had a long history. It had sadly been the testing ground for a lot of Russia's cyber weaponry long before this particular round of conflict from 2016 and even earlier from 2014. So what were we beginning to see particularly in this conflict? And what we know is how conflict is conducted in the digital age is that it is this combination of kinetic warfare and different elements of cyber warfare that creates a new element of power within the conflict. So we see elements of cyber warfare, what we've heard just now being spoken about, the particular elements of different types of hacks. We've seen the use of artificial intelligence and new uses of artificial intelligence through conflict, through massive machine learning processes to filter data quickly, to give results, to the use of Clearview AI in the battlefield. We've got the information warfare element, whether that comes from media blackouts or the use of misinformation and disinformation. Electronic warfare, the jamming of services, and then the use of sanctions as part of strategic power within different states' arsenals. Oops, wrong way. So the geopolitics of the internet sits in several levels. The internet, as we know it, is an essential resource for our lives. It's been essential for the panel we heard earlier, for all the kinds of information that we need to get out. But we don't just look at we've heard a lot about platforms in the last couple of days, but the geopolitics of the internet is much wider than that. And what I was tracking from the beginning of the conflict in particular was how these different levels of the internet, from the very internet infrastructure, the backbone of the internet, from the submarine cables, with one of the greatest fears as we went into the conflict, being that the backbone of the internet, particularly areas of Donbass, very heavily connected to Russian subsea cables, to the extent that cables would be cut, so the basic infrastructure affected, to the services and access and control, the content providers, the content delivery networks, to the internet hardware and devices, how you actually get onto the internet, your computers, your hardware, can you have access to that? And then on top of it, the internet platforms. And they're all interconnected, they're highly fragile, they're highly susceptible to misuse and abuse by states and individuals. And it's increasingly privately controlled, meaning that all private actions are geopolitical. So just to give you an idea of where that sort of private to public internet sort of ownership comes, this is just a quick map of where submarine cable ownership sits. And what we're seeing is critically, it's very small on this, but what we're seeing is increasingly private companies are gaining ownership both in cable length, which is the diagram on the left, as well as the cables on the right. So having access to the internet through a conflict is becoming increasingly dependent on how the private actors decide to act. So in the tracking of what I was doing, which actually started similar to the presentation that we saw before, beginning to look at the cyber attacks and the actual what was going on. That's my interest, cyber warfare, right? I wanted to see what's going on. What I started tracking actually was, it wasn't just about the cyber attacks, but it was where the companies were intervening to actually protect every single layer of this internet stack. Now, as I say, a lot of conversation yesterday is about how platforms haven't been behaving responsibly. But this is a particular area where actually companies had the agility and the foresight and the reaction time and the decision-making ability at that point to jump in and be able to take action even before the conflict started. So I call this disrupting and defending, both strategic ambition on both sides. So that means that they have been absolutely critical for Microsoft. So in the previous speech, we heard about wiper software being used. They actually, before the first shot was fired on the battlefield, the 23rd of February, the Foxblade wiper virus came in, and Microsoft neutralized it. That meant that Ukraine sort of critical infrastructure, critical government services were kept online, were kept running. We've heard of Alphabet, so that's the parent company of all the Google services, has provided support, whether that is turning off geolocation software so people can't be targeted, to providing, again, additional cybersecurity support, particularly to humanitarian organizations. Cloudflare have provided both VPNs in Russia to enable people to still have access to good information, but they've also provided critical support in VPNs and as well as cybersecurity, so they've given access to their free cybersecurity software, Project Galileo, across the board to organizations that need it. We heard yesterday about Uber providing its bespoke software app for being able to be used for humanitarian delivery. Lumen, in their decision, they're a backbone operator to actually withdraw from Russia, so they decided to take a different aspect to go out of Russia, and that affected actual critical infrastructure access to the internet, as far as Kazakhstan, really far-reaching impacts when you begin to remove these backbone services. And of course, Starlink. Now, we heard yesterday 10,000 Starlink units operating, absolutely critical in being there and providing information. And in this, these companies have disrupted a key element of Russia's strategic ambition, with a key part of any natural strategy in warfare to be to come in, cut off communication before you attack, to have these key elements of power, they've neutralized it. And in even cases worse than neutralized it, they've detracted from it. And they've also shifted the balance of power, in this case, to Ukraine to be able to have that access by preventing Russia having that level of power. They've redistributed the balance of power. And that balance of power and that potential to shift the balance of power is huge, because what we've seen over the last few years is that tech companies are increasingly diversified. They're not just operating, as I said, on the platform, but they're operating through the whole way through the internet stack, and very few companies being part of it. So we have quite a lot of control in the big companies through the level of the internet stack, which, given what we've seen in this conflict and the potential to shift balance of power, it can only get deeper, wider, and stronger. And it's not just about big tech. So it's not just about the big five. So this is just looking at where the market capitalization is across those different levels of the internet stack. But if we see over here, Cloudflare and Fastly and Akamai, so they're part of the sort of the CDNs, or content delivery networks. Quite small companies relatively, but if they go out, they have massive effects. Cloudflare had an outage last month. It could, less than an hour of outage. It was to do with a bug in their system. It wasn't even an attack. It was to do with their own updates and bugs in their system. Caused millions and millions of people to go offline. Fastly, again, on there, quite a small company, just there under Essential Internet Services, much smaller. But again, when they went out in June 2021, they took out everything from the BBC to Wall Street Journal, its fundamental access. So this sort of power of companies and tech companies is not just about the big tech companies we traditionally think about, but also small tech companies can have very big impacts. And this leads us to a big question, because these tech companies have acted independently, in this case, in some cases have gone above and beyond sanctioned requests. And in this case, many of you in the room will feel this is right and just in this case. But this doesn't always happen in line with what governments wish. And we have to have a question that whether tech companies, and one of the things that we're asking, is when tech companies are, with their extraordinary power to do good, and so you just stand by that, they have an extraordinary power to do good. They've had extraordinary power to shift balance. They've had extraordinary power to keep YouTube running so that your messages can get out, to provide food. They've had this great power, but when they're not working, or when they're working independently, what's going to happen when it doesn't always align? And we see these battles over the fight for the open internet. So in the beginning of the conflict, Ukraine's Minister of Digitalization, Mikhailo Fedorov, went to the internet infrastructure and said, we want Russia knocked off the web. And the internet organizations said, no, it says it's against the principles of the free and open interoperable internet. That has to exist as a baseline. There's certain websites that could be taken off, certain ones associated with the military that were blocked, but fundamentally the principle of free, open, interoperable internet has to exist for all people, irrespective, even through times of conflict. Otherwise, the good information, the counter information, the phone calls, all the access, the counterbalance can't work either. When tech companies act independently of international sanctions, and again, on one level, everyone could say that's great. They've gone above and beyond. They're better than governments. They're doing one better. Except there's still a question of sanctions, and for sanctions to work well, can often be a bigger strategy of turning a screw tighter and tighter. You sort of start with one level, you add a bit more. It's about increasing pressure sometimes, not an all-in. And by tech companies acting independently, are they taking away some of that power from governments to actually use a key strategic instrument of state and warfare and geopolitical action? And in the question of whose goals they're aligning with, and at what point if government don't always agree with Ukraine's war goals, and at what point, if that diverges, where the tech companies go to sit. So the tech companies are also challenged in finding consistent policy. And we heard about some of this yesterday. So the decisions whether Meta in particular, where they were keeping certain content, the right for people within Ukraine to express their displeasure, for the displeasure, their anger, their dissent, their hatred of Russians, which would normally fall into that category of hate speech. And originally they said it was allowed, then they had to step back, then they had to explain. The same with Twitter, with sort of considering whether they're relying on the Geneva Conventions for thinking about what kind of imagery can be used, this tension between, well, this is key imagery for documenting war crimes, but it also, at this point, could it again be a breach of the Geneva Conventions just to show it? To what extent does it fall within their policy? And these are decisions that really should not be being made in the fog of war. These are decisions in order to have consistency and clarity and transparency. And one thing we know, there's actually a declining faith, particularly in young people, in tech companies and in tech as a whole. And part of that is because of this lack of transparency in decision making. So how can this war reshape tech companies? And both at the Institute and as a person, it's very easy to critique, and it's very easy to be a harbinger of doom and gloom. But I think it's our responsibility to also think about how do we look past into a better future, and how do we use it as an opportunity that we think about, well, if tech companies are going to act in this way, do they have an obligation to actually formulate, among many other policies they have, a geopolitical policy? Do they need to have clear boundaries of how they're going to act in given situations? Because whilst the case may be clear in this conflict, it's not in every conflict. And are they going to take decisions, or how are they going to take decisions on, sadly, there's no shortage of war, of which side they're going to intervene on or how they're going to intervene? Is Elon Musk going to send Starlink to every single conflict zone, or to which side of a conflict zone, and on what basis are this decision making going to be made? So tech companies need to have a clear geopolitical policy. And to do that, we believe they should have the crisis board set up. They should have a deliberation mechanism within the companies that involves the key players to be able to set themselves up to do this right. They need to build representation in geopolitical key centers. We're already seeing tech companies as norm leaders. Microsoft, back in 2017, they formulated what they called their Digital Geneva Convention. This was a very early attempt by tech companies to try and step in where governments, where the UN process was failing, in to try and regulate warfare. A year later, 30 companies got together in 2018 and tried to do a similar process, again, a compact on behavior in cyberspace that now has 150 companies on board. We then have the Paris Call for Trust in Peace in Cyberspace that has 700 private companies as part of it and 81 governments. The US and the EU only just joined the Paris Call in November last year. So we have this big push with private companies as norm setters, as really thinking about where geopolitical action is going. Microsoft itself has just in 2020 opened an office opposite the UN. So we're seeing this increased action of creating a nexus between tech companies and geopolitical action. And it's one of the ideas we've been toying with is whether tech companies should have a self-regulatory body where they come together and they align their action. They make sure that their decision-making is sound across the board. And as I say, this is critical because we can't have different actors acting in different ways across the internet stack, which is vital for its essential lifeline for every human being on Earth, and particularly still with 4.3 billion people to come online. And not only do the tech companies need to reshape themselves, states need to reshape themselves, because you can't have action on one side without the counteraction on the other side. And so we advocate for building on, we had the Declaration on the Free and Open Interoperable Internet, the Freedom of the Internet Declaration that the US led a few months ago. But what it didn't give is a vehicle to support the internet itself. And so we believe there should be some kind of mechanism, a digital infrastructure defense alliance, a mechanism to align global partners on key technology issues around common themes of democracy and freedom of access. And that all states should have a tech-forward foreign policy. Ukraine's been great at this. They've been great at their digitalization. We heard all about it yesterday. Not all countries are. So we push towards every country having tech integrated into their foreign policy capacity, and particularly countries across Africa that are in severe need to be able to have a voice at the table in these matters. Oops. And so the next levels for this is to think about how do tech companies deliberate their decisions going forward? How do they communicate and together? And we're going to be working on bringing together groups of tech companies and their public policy representatives to test some of these concepts, to think about how we can have a framework for deliberated disruption and defense. So it's not all done in the heat of the moment, that we don't have the mistakes and they have to call back, and to iterate this with tech experts and governments, because in the end, great leadership isn't just about caring for your own people, for your own company, but great leadership is about caring for the whole of humanity. And to take this moment, sort of this stop in time, to sort of enable tech companies to step up to that responsibility as their surface space gets bigger, and make sure they've got the whole of humanity in their eye line in all of their actions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Melanie. So up next we have Minhak. Speakers, gentle reminder, you do have about 15 minutes, so that we also make a bit of time, because there's a lot of questions coming in on Slido as well. So you have 15 minutes, please. Go ahead.
Thank you. Can everyone hear my voice? Great. Do you have my presentation, I guess? Thank you. Hi everyone, I am Minhaj Çelik from Turkey. I live in Estonia for almost 1 year. First of all, I would like to thank you for all the organizers, supporters, and of course the participants of this great event. So far I learned a lot, and I am very happy to get first-hand experience from the battlefield. There's no doubt that today we are living in a digitalized world, and internet and communication technologies have made our lives much easier, made our business more efficient, and the cyberspace has made our world even much smaller than before. But all this comes with a price. The enormous interconnectivity, or the hyperconnectivity as some calls, today we enjoy and experience, actually increase our digital dependency. And with digital dependency, we have become more vulnerable to be intervened. So today in my presentation, I would like to focus on just one dimension of this digital intervention. As it is called, cyber-enabled disinformation operations in the context of Russian invasion of Ukraine. As it has been presented and repeated in previous presentation, Russia has carried out extensive online and offline disinformation operations, along with the offensive cyber operations in Ukraine. But not only in Ukraine, but also other parts of the world. But not only in wartime, but also in peacetime. I think it is important to understand the Russian military thinking. I believe it is essential to understand one key element of it, the hybrid warfare. The hybrid warfare is actually a military strategy, basically, to define it, that combines kinetic actions with subversive efforts. the main idea, the main reason for applying to these subversive efforts is the aggressor's intention to avoid any kind of attribution and retribution. Subversive efforts, as you may see, include several elements, and it's not just limited to them. I mean, it includes disinformation campaigns, lawfare, propaganda, irregular warfare, financial operations, and of course, conventional warfare. Today, what I am gonna focus is the convergence of hacking and disinformation operations. Actually, the question of how cyber offensive operations are used in disinformation campaigns and, in other words, how Russian offensive cyber capabilities are being utilized in the Ukraine to enhance Russia's propaganda by providing the propaganda machine, interesting, but it's true, the true information. When we take Russia's past into consideration, the immense propaganda efforts in the Soviet times, we can fairly argue that Russia is an experienced international actor with deep historical times when it comes to propaganda and disinformation. And I think Russia is able to digitalize its propaganda strategies and tactics. So we have to accept this, that Russia is actually successful in integrating new technologies into its hybrid warfare understanding. And one of the examples is actually cyber-enabled disinformation operation. Disinformation and propaganda is not a new phenomena. As I was saying, it has roots back to the Soviet times. But cyber-enabled disinformation operations can be labeled as a new phenomenon. And let's talk about what it's, talk more about what it is about, the cyber-enabled. As I said, what we have observed in, at least in the last decade, is the convergence of hacking operations and disinformation operations. Actually, disinformation and propaganda is usually associated with lies. Spreading lies is thought to be disinformation. However, actually, propaganda is not only dissemination of lies. Propaganda and disinformation is dealing with the disseminating truths, half-truths, rumors, arguments, and of course lies. But we have to remember that disinformation deals more with truth than it deals with than the lies. So in order to be a good propagandist, you must not be, you don't need to be a Pinocchio. You need truths. And to get the truths or to enhance your propaganda campaign equipped with the truths, you need the data, the true information. And in today's digitalized world, I would like to ask you that where the data is stored. In our mobile phones, in our computers, in servers, in cloud servers or servers on the land. So an efficient way of conducting a disinformation operation is to get some facts, some disturbing facts that your rivals don't want the public to know about them, and then release it. So we have a number of examples in the past couple of years about hack and leak operations. What is hack and, what do we mean by hack and leak operations? Hack and leak operations are the operations in which malicious actors deal with both hacking and disseminating the data with manipulation. So we should underline the fact that actually Russia has leveraged the data and the data and information it gets from its hacking operations and use it in its disinformation campaigns. The information Russia steals from the networks is actually the true information, not lies. And of course, disinformation equipped with truth, it will be more influential on the target audience, whether it be a group or a whole entire society. And of course, the aim is destabilizing the group. Yeah, during the Russian invasion of Ukraine, actually a unique phenomena we experience and in terms of cyber warfare. Because just after the start of war, a large IT army has been mobilized. And thanks to the Ukrainian diaspora, IT diaspora living outside of country, hundreds, maybe thousands of IT experts come together and they declare that they are gonna defend Ukrainian public agencies' networks, and they also carry out some disturbing attacks against Russian public agencies and large companies like Gazprom. But on the other side of the war, Russia has also a group of volunteers. I mean, there are some hacker groups that declares support to Russia. And they say they will conduct attacks against Ukrainian targets in the digital world, and they will also conduct attacks, cyber attacks, to the countries that declare support to Ukraine, like United States or the United Kingdom. There are two important hacker groups in the context of Russian invasion of Ukraine. One of it is XANet team. That is actually a perfect example of hack and leak operations in Ukraine, because they get into the Ukrainian networks, they steal some confidential and secret data from the networks, and they share it with public. And I will show some of the examples. And the other important example is the group Killnet. These are actually not hacktivists as the hackers supporting the Ukraine, but these are former cyber criminals who conduct ransomware operations against the companies for just financial motivation, just making money. The Killnet example is especially important in terms of the attacks they conduct against the US airports. They carried out DDoS attacks, and for a limited period of time, the IT system of the targeted airports run out of service. Other kind of operation includes defacement. For example, Ukrainian public agency's website was hacked, and some propaganda materials were put on these official websites. So, this is a document, a confidential document from the Ukrainian Foreign Ministry. It was leaked a few months ago by a hacker group, and it released with public. This is quite a reputational damage for Ukrainian Foreign Ministry and Ukrainian state, but at the same time, it also includes some important it may include some important information that indicates some strategic intelligence or future plan of military or foreign ministry or Ukrainian diplomacy. So it is actually an actionable intelligence for the rival. The other slide shows you post from a hacker group from dark web. It is, I wrote the name, the database of Nova Pochta. Is the pronunciation correct? Nova Pochta. Nova Pochta is, as I know, a private company that delivers services, including logistics and some related services. All the database was leaked, and it will be used for phishing attacks for some important targets to hack their personal digital devices. After these examples, I would like to raise a couple of points that I think it's important to underline. One is that it's not only Russia that carries out disinformation operation in Ukraine. China and Iran are also among the active actors that have interest in pursuing disinformation operation. This is a screenshot of a Chinese group, disinformation group called Dragon Bridge, that claims that in Ukraine there are Pentagon-linked laboratories that conduct biological weapon research. That is also a claim that was all confirmed by the Russian authorities as well. And the second one is also important. This is an Iranian information operation, and this is a fake account of, I think, a famous thinker in Ukraine, and it says it's about Iran and Israel. Israeli intelligence is supporting Russia, and it also supported some colorful revolutions in Ukraine before. So as we see, in the context of disinformation operations, actors can easily shift their strategies and echoing the narrative of its alliances. Lastly, it's not the first time we experienced hack and leak operations in Ukraine. There have been in the last decade, and probably there will be more. In 2016, we have a great experience, let's say not great for Democrats, but that is DNC, a part of Democrat Party, was hacked, and internal emails actually ruined the Democrats' campaign. And 3 years later, during the UK elections campaign period, a secret deal with the UK and the US was acquired by Russian spies after a hacking operation, and it's released to the public. And the deal is quite about a controversial issue. The deal grants US companies to access to national health system of the UK, which is a, I think, quite controversial issue in the UK. But before it, in 2014, Ukraine experienced extensive hack and leak operations before and after the Ukrainian invasion. So we know that dictators has a tendency to learn from each other. So why not liberal Democrats? I think we have a lot, at least in the context of hack and leak operations, a lot to learn from Ukrainian friends, and I am really eager to learn more. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minhaj. Alice, the floor is yours.
Thank you. No, thanks. I don't have slides. So I prefer to stand. Hi, everyone. I'm Alice Stolmar. I'm from the Netherlands originally, but mostly based in Brussels, Belgium now since 10 years. Before I go to my actual talk, I think that, being among practitioners here, I would like to share a bit about my, experience as a practitioner and how I came to found my NGO, Defend Democracy. So what happened in a nutshell is, I studied psychology, which comes in very handy these days. I also studied philosophy of science and technology, which is also very relevant.
I ended up working initially on European energy and climate policies in Brussels 10 years ago. And to grow my network and my visibility, I used Twitter, which at the time, 2012, was still relatively new. And within a few months, I became the most influential Twitterer on European energy and climate policies. Now, that was a big honor, but also a big responsibility, so I took it very seriously. As a digital campaigner for, more ambitious energy and climate targets, I often tweeted about the broader geopolitical context. So already in 2012 and 2013, I would tweet about Gazprom. I would tweet about energy security. I mean, even before the illegal annexation of Crimea, when Euromaidan was happening I think in February 2014, I was probably the first person to connect this, at least on Twitter, to connect this to energy security. I tweeted because I know what I did because I looked it up a few months ago. I tweeted that next time we have a revolution, I hope the EU will be less dependent on Russian energy. So that was 2014, and now we're repeating the same lessons that we should have learned back then, or that we should have taken more seriously back then. Because of those tweets, and not least also because in the same year, 2014, I lost almost 200 compatriots because over Ukrainian sky, Russia shot down flight MH17. There were almost 300 people on the plane, 200 of which were from the Netherlands. So that for us, a tiny country like the Netherlands, that's like a 9/11 event. So I also tweeted about that. And so what happened was that I was targeted by Russian trolls. And this kind of started my awareness of, Russian trolls, Russian propaganda. I started to educate myself on propaganda, on active measures. I was also following, with my background in philosophy of technology, I was following the first articles appearing about algorithms, about the Cambridge Analytica market targeting scandal, about increasing number of elections that were interfered with. We just heard about the hack and leak, so we also had in 2017 the Macron leaks. I was live tweeting about that. We were like with a few, digital activists. We were really trying very hard to kind of shape the narrative around that, what was happening there. So all in all, what happened was connecting the dots around 2016, 2017, I decided that I need to work on defending democracy. I felt that was really more urgent even than the climate crisis, because if we don't have good democracy and good governance, we won't have good energy and climate policies either. So that's how I started Defend Democracy. A few of the projects we did a social media watchdog around the Dutch elections early last year. We organized Transatlantic Democracy Dialogue, for which we convene high-level democracy stakeholders to discuss topics related to democracy. We also build communities of democracy defenders in our monthly so-called democracy drinks. We started doing them in Brussels 4 years ago, and meanwhile they have expanded to other cities, Budapest, Montreal, Copenhagen, The Hague, you name it. If you're interested in having a democracy drinks in your city, please get in touch. I will send you how to do it. But probably more relevant for you is we also developed, based on my experience as a digital activist and with my knowledge of psychology and technology, we developed a training supported by NATO, which is called Act on Disinfo, and I'll be happy to share more about that with you, either in the questions or individually. But as this panel is about technology, let's focus on technology. Great, 10 minutes left, that's perfect. So I first want to share a bit about problems, then about solutions, and you know what we can do, what the governments can do or should do, what tech can do, and what we as civil society can do. So at Defend Democracy, we are very concerned about the many side effects of new and emerging technologies to our freedoms, our fundamental rights, and even our security. The pandemic has only accelerated these worrying developments, with our lives becoming even more digitalized, and with many governments trying to find easy technological fixes for complex social problems. So recent developments have underscored the gravity and scale of the problem and the urgency with which technological threats to democracy need to be addressed. Some examples: Hungary's government spying on journalists' phones, Facebook inciting Myanmar genocide, Russia hacking Germany's parliament, the infodemic that accompanied the pandemic, China spying on its citizens, the role of social media in the American insurrection on January 6th last year, and of course Russia's information war on Ukraine and on the West more broadly. Now, there are many digital threats to democracy. We participated in a study and looking at trends. I won't name all of them, but it's quite scary. So we have like digitally impaired cognition, reality apathy, weaponized information, polarization, compromised privacy, weakened media, digital authoritarianism, to name just a few. Now, what's happening is that humanity is now inventing and deploying digital technologies that transform our societies in ways we cannot handle, because our brains cannot cope, and we as social creatures cannot cope. So the problem with our information disorder, I would say, has four main elements. On one hand, we have hostile foreign state actors with propaganda, which is designed to trigger our emotions and knee-jerk behavior, aiming to create confusion and sow division. We also have, on the domestic side, we have scammers, partisans, populists, extremists, creating and boosting harmful content. We also have the digital platforms with polarization as their business model. And last but not least, we have our demand side. We as humans are part of the problem. I mean, fact-checking and digital literacy are important and great, but we are not rational actors. And often we engage with content before even getting to the stage of check your sources. So regarding how we handle Russia's information war since 2014, someone recently said, we are building the plane while flying. Well, my diagnosis is even worse. The plane is melting while we're building it. So to respond to the next crisis, we must first acknowledge that our information space is broken. We have a structural, systemic problem which we need to fix as soon as possible before the next crisis. Now, to go to the solutions, we need a whole of society response. We need the public sector, the private sector, and civil society. Each should do their parts. Starting with the tech companies. For technology to strengthen and not weaken democracy, it needs to be co-designed. Now, what does that mean? Co-design, also called participatory design, is an approach to design attempting to actively involve more stakeholders, for example, anthropologists or citizens and end users, in the design process to help ensure that the result meets users' needs and is usable. So it's not a design style, but it's an approach which is focused on the processes and procedures of design. It's used in a variety of fields. This approach can also be used for technologies to better respect our fundamental freedoms and rights. How? Well, by involving experts and practitioners of technology ethics, human rights, digital rights, data privacy, cybersecurity, digital surveillance, etc., as stakeholders in the design process. So that way you can design technologies that have privacy by design or have more operational security by design. Having technologies with these features by design is of course critical to those at risk in authoritarian states, but also in backsliding democracies and in our increasing polarized societies. Think about journalists, judges, scientists, human rights activists, and democracy defenders. Now, what can and should governments do? On the supply side, governments should absolutely up their game on strategic communication, and they should raise the costs on our adversaries weaponizing information. Treat it like a kinetic attack. On the demand side, governments should continue to support fact-checking, debunking and pre-bunking, and continue to have schools teach critical thinking, media literacy and digital literacy. But, a big but, even if we could magically make disappear all foreign and domestic information manipulation, and even if we could magically become non-emotional and non-social creatures, we still have the fourth component of our information disorder, and that is big tech having polarization as their business model. So the only way to address the underlying systemic crisis is to disrupt the business model of big tech. Anything else is rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic. And even the European Digital Services Act is far from adequate. Big tech, and I know this because I used to work in the energy sector, big tech is behaving much like big tobacco and big oil. They deny, delay, and obstruct regulation. And with increasing polarization and domestic extremism, we cannot afford to waste any more time. If we want democracy to survive, democracies should regulate existing technology as soon as possible. So, regulate the hell out of tech platforms. Not just social media, but also search engines, everything. It not only costs us billions in lost productivity, but by now, big tech is part of a global security threat. We're not allowing cars without safety belts. So why would we allow tech platforms without safety belts? That said, governments should not only regulate technologies when it's already too late, that is, once they exist. Democracies must make values mandatory from the start. As explained earlier, for any new technologies, these values must be built in by design. Now, to the part what we can do as citizens, as civil society. What we can and must do is to push tech platforms for accountability, meaningful transparency, data privacy, operational security, etc. Also, you should push your representatives and governments for democratic oversight and regulation of technology. And then to the part that we address in our Act on Disinfo training, we all should be responsible social media users. How? Well, you probably all know the advice, don't feed the trolls. Well, the same goes for algorithms. Don't feed the algorithms. What that means is, don't reward those doing disinformation campaigns, like inciting hate, extremism, polarization, and ultimately even violence. Don't reward them with your clicks and engagement. So if I need to sum up our Act on Disinform training in one sentence, it's like, don't engage. And there's always different contexts and factors to weigh, but that would be my main advice, don't engage. That doesn't mean that you can't call out lies, but you can do that in a more responsible way. And for more tips and tricks, you can go to our website, or I can tell you more about the training. So to conclude, before the next crisis hits, we should have a transatlantic policy regulating digital platforms. Democracies must team up to disrupt big tech's business model. Democracy should also team up to build public service alternatives. We should ban bad algorithms that are turbocharging polarization, extremism, violent conflict, and yes, even warfare and genocide. A good start, an easy start, would be to restore chronological timelines as the default option. So, we have no time to waste. If we don't act, I fear that in 5 years or so, we may not have many democracies left. We're like the proverbial frog being slowly boiled. Now the question is, will we jump out of the cooking pan in time? Thank you.
Very interesting panel, very interesting conversations, and just a gentle reminder that we are using Slido today, so that's slido.com. Thank you for those who've submitted their questions. Thank you also to our viewers on YouTube and for the questions that you've been sending through in the YouTube chat during the live stream. We appreciate and we are reading your questions, so please continue to send your questions either on YouTube or on Facebook Live or on Slido, and we are keeping an eye on everything and taking in all of your questions. So the first question is for Melanie. Melanie, the question for you was, the concept of a digital defense alliance has been around for a while now. Should this not be a task for the ITU and not rely on companies?
Actually, the conception for the Digital Defense Alliance was, going back to the slides, was part of the realignment of states, but with the natural sense to have more of a multi-stakeholder process in it. So whilst you're right, the concept's been around for a while. The problem with the ITU at the moment is it epitomizes a lot of the politicization that is actually threatening the open, interoperable internet in itself, particularly with the head of the ITU currently being from China and using it as a forum to push through the version of IP version 6 that they'd like to see. So the concept of a digital infrastructure alliance and the various iterations that are being thrown around about that is to actually have something that steps out slightly differently, brings countries together that have similar goals, similar interests in the preservation of the free and open interoperable internet, but also with a different conception that those countries would be there to work with tech companies to back up when the internet is under threat, to provide support for countries in Africa or across other lower middle income countries that are heavily reliant on Chinese infrastructure and architecture at the moment that could come under threat in geopolitical tensions, and that there'd be an alliance there to actually step in so it wouldn't just be reliant on Elon Musk's decision-making alone as to whether Starlink comes in and provides that infrastructure, but there's a broader base to say we can guarantee as part of this coalition that your internet, the source of all your prosperity, or your, it's one thing to heavily digitalize a country, and my colleague Ollie is going to speak a little bit later about Ukraine's incredible digitalization efforts, and we heard it yesterday, but if the very basis on which it operates can't function, then everything comes to a standstill. So the critical need to have something separate from the ITU, which is becoming non-functional because of the political difference, to step back, work with those providers to be able to secure the internet and democracy and freedom and prosperity.
Thank you. That makes a lot of sense, and I think sometimes we do become very overly dependent on these large bodies, and we say, okay, they'll fix it. They're going to sort it out. So I think that's a very valuable point that you've brought to light. Okay, the questions are coming in hard and fast, and we only have 10 minutes. So I'm gonna pose this one. This is an open. I think this one is for Minhaj. There's two. So the first one is how important do you think psychology is at analyzing and improving target audience of populist propagandas in order to increase the quality of democracy? It could be an open question if anyone wants to take it. And then another is existing international humanitarian law sufficient to apply in cyberspace, or is a new cyber convention needed to set rule for cyber hybrid warfare? Do you want those one more time?
Yeah, for the second question, I can say basically no, because there have been efforts in the last decade to make some sufficient amendments in the current humanitarian law, but what we have is that these efforts, not in vain of course, but still doesn't satisfy the human rights defenders and the Democrats, and I think the aggressors in cyberspace and NIV warfare, the domain of warfare, is actually feel very free to act against humanitarian law. I think the first question is out of my expertise, since it deals with psychology, and maybe it's better.
Yeah, what was the question again about the role of psychology?
How important do you think psychology is at analyzing and improving target audience of populist propagandas in order to increase the quality of democracy?
I'm not sure I understand the question, frankly, but let me just say that in general, in the information space, psychology, and then I'm talking about cognitive psychology, but also behavioral psychology and social psychology, all play like, I cannot overstate the importance of psychology in the information space. Really, it's about how we process information and the limited capacity we have to process information in this increasing information overload. And this is also why, one of the trends that I mentioned is this reality apathy, because we simply cannot handle all the information. Like, I mean, we could like scroll like 24 hours per day, and we cannot, at least not rationally, handle all that information. So the more information we come across, the more we tend to react, if at all, from our gut feeling, from a knee-jerk emotional response. And this is especially true, of course, in a war situation where, where it's, of course, where we all are feeling even more emotional about what is happening than regarding other events. So whether it's information that is in our advantage or disadvantage, we tend to respond more emotionally, and we often do so before even getting to the stage that we can even start thinking about, like, check your sources. So, and that's why it's so important that we kind of try to observe our online behavior, and that whenever you feel that your emotions are being triggered, which is what propaganda and disinformation is designed to do, is that you just stop and step back and at least take like half an hour, or go for a walk, or chat with your colleague, or have a coffee, whatever it is. And then if after that you still feel the urge or the need to call out a lie or whatever, at least don't link to the original post. Use a screenshot, and especially one of my favorite techniques is use the truth sandwich. So don't do like the myth versus fact, because when you start with the myth, it only reinforces the lie or the propaganda. And so there's tons of practical tips and tricks, and I don't have time to share them all now.
I just wanted to add on to that, that within the conception that we look at as cyber resilience for countries and sort of defensive cyber resilience, a big part of that is whether psychological resilience is taking a holistic view of cyber resilience, includes education particularly in schools and with children, and Finland has been great on the forefront of this, of taking children at a very, very young age and teaching them from the outset the difference of information, how to recognize information, how to distinguish between it. They do it by actually teaching them how to actually create the disinformation, how disinformation is created. There's a whole series of games, and I think that programs, so when we're looking at that concept of how do we defend against these things, as well, certain measure can come from the tech company model itself, as Alice has said, whether that slowing down feeds or putting autonomy back into how you receive information, but also in the education that we provide to make sure from a very young age we're creating that psychological resilience to filter information in a very different way.
Thank you so much. I feel there's nothing more I can add to this conversation. I think it's been brilliant. Speakers, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for sharing your expertise with us today. We're going to, because the next questions are quite intense, and I don't think it's possible to give a short answer to the next few questions. So I will ask if you don't mind answering them on Slido. There are some questions I think left for Alice. If you don't mind hopping onto Slido and tackling those questions. We're going to break for tea, and after tea, we're going to have another panel on digital technologies as a game changer. So I hope you enjoy your tea. Thank you so much again, speakers, for your time, and we'll catch up in about the next, let's say, 15 minutes. Yep, okay. digital government and its war response. And our last speaker will be joining us via Zoom. Her name is Meirav Harel. She's the founder and CEO of MH Fintechs, university lecturer, College of Management, member of Board of Directors of Excellence Trade in Tel Aviv, Israel. And her topic will be FinTech to the rescue, the use of blockchain and cryptocurrencies in support of Ukrainians. So please, a round of applause for our panel this morning. A gentle reminder that Slido is still open. So as the speakers are talking, please feel free to share your questions if you have any as we go, so that we just go through them at once towards the end. So that's slido.com, and the code is #DCNGlobal. Also, as we said yesterday, that board is still waiting for you. I'm glad to see that most people have shared their thoughts. We want to know, why should people care about the war in Ukraine? And please feel free, there's markers there, write your thoughts. And also online, feel free to comment in the comment section or in the live chat your thoughts on why people should care about the war in Ukraine. So without taking up too much more time, Vera, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hello? Yeah, okay. Well, thank you, and you said my last name perfectly. There's no real wrong way to pronounce it.
Awesome.
Well, thank you so much for having me. My name is Vera Bergengruen. I'm a Washington correspondent at Time Magazine. I'm mainly an investigative correspondent with a background in national security and what we call kind of, the bad things on the internet beat, which seems to be many of your specialty as well here. And recently that has involved, a lot of disinformation, propaganda, and everything kind of related to when things, in terms of extremism, in terms of fake news, really affect world events. And so when Russia invaded in February of this year, I started, I have colleagues who are in Ukraine, they speak Ukrainian, they are obviously covering the war at a much more important fundamental level. And I was trying to see how I could apply what I know how to do, which is basically how things take off online, the narrative wars and all of that, to explain to Time Magazine's audience, which is, I mainly write for a US audience, but it's also international, and really try to explain, that this war is being fought on the digital front and make them, if anything, kind of teach people or give them tools to understand narratives, which is how I try to structure my magazine stories, so that they actually learn, how to see through some of these narratives, no matter which side they come from, and just kind of be more skeptical of information and not immediately be taken in by what they see on Facebook or on other places like that. And so I wrote several stories over the course of the last couple of months. They were mainly kind of divided between two categories. One of them was the information battlefield and how Ukraine was fighting the war there. And the other one was, how Ukrainian digital ministers, IT officials, and just kind of local people adapted everything from smartphones to apps to everything that they've been using during peacetime to save lives during the war. And so the first thing to really understand is that, which you all have discussed as well, but the Ukrainian government has really treated the information battlefield as as real a front line as the physical one. And they did that from day one. And that's something I don't think we've really seen before in most of these conflicts. And here, let me. Yeah. So this was, February 25th. And now I know we've all discussed that this isn't actually true anymore, but at the beginning, it's important to remember that we hadn't really seen this before. After 2016, at least in the US, the narrative was that Vladimir Putin was this master manipulator of social media, that we're all kind of powerless against, his troll armies, against how effectively he manipulated information, and that the West just couldn't compete with that, and that we were all kind of, too ill-equipped or too stupid to really kind of stop his machine. And that, obviously hasn't been true for a long time. Those of us who cover this pretty closely know that, it's pretty rudimentary. They're pretty blunt in how they use social media. It's not very, skilled or very sophisticated. But the war, especially, what we saw in the end of February, really showed just how well this could be countered at the beginning. And it's important to remember, as we all know, that Ukraine is not new to Russia's tricks or disinformation campaigns or cyber attacks or any of that. They've been dealing with them for the last 8 years and even longer. And so they immediately put out their own information on social media. Over there, my first article there shows we all are familiar with Zelensky's videos, and it's important to remember just how efficient they were with publishing their own information. They were under attack, it was just happening, a lot of people were taken off guard, but they were on social media putting out minute by minute, hour by hour updates, and they were shooting down rumors, and they were warning of false Russian narratives before they could really take root and be harder to weed out. And so they said, Russia is spreading a rumor that our troops are surrendering, that's not true, and they were kind of getting ahead of it, which we hadn't really seen before in this context before. And so the beginning of the weeks of the war, it really made a difference, and it made a difference in how the US and European countries perceived what was happening, and in how regular people who use social media immediately kind of came around to what Ukraine was saying. And it's because they were so skilled at that, and again, because they already were very familiar with Russia's narratives. And then what the US government did was also unprecedented. As someone who's covered national security for a long time, we were all looking at it, not really understanding why they were declassifying intelligence about Russia's plans. We hadn't really seen that before. The US was just releasing all this declassified information, and they were frustrating the Kremlin's attempts to establish an effective prefabricated narrative to invade Ukraine. And that's obviously, that was the point, and it was also pretty effective. And just some quotes from that article, at the time, a US official told me about how, again, they were in communication. It's not clear it was coordinated, but the US and Ukraine were both releasing in real time information to undercut the Kremlin's narrative. And so they were saying, they're spreading false rumors about the widespread surrender of Ukrainian troops. Our intelligence is saying, and they were being specific, if you can see there, they were saying, Russia plans to threaten killing the family members of Ukrainian soldiers if they do not surrender. And this was all based on US intelligence, and they were being more specific than I've ever seen them be. And I guess, it's hard to quantify how effective that was, but it seems to be pretty effective. And it also undercut things like this, which, a lot of US right-wing channels, which, I follow, which immediately kind of were on Putin's side. They were spreading a lot of not just pro-Russia, but pro-Putin propaganda. They were spreading these Russian narratives as well, but it was harder for them to take root because there was already official US information out there that said that this was false. So there's a quote from President Joe Biden around this time as well, saying that they were specifically saying very clearly they were declassifying intelligence about Russia's plans so that there could be no confusion. And a former CIA analyst who was saying that it was amazing for those who had been in this game for a very long time to watch it evolve in real time. And really, again, you could almost see these, if you were to map these as threads, you could almost see them be cut at the root each time. And that was definitely new and pretty important. Again, we've covered this already, but something that obviously Ukrainian officials did very well was appeal directly to Russian soldiers and their families, not only speaking to Ukrainians or to the West, but speaking to Russians directly. And that was, again, on the information war front, that was something we hadn't really seen that commonly before, and very, very effective as well. And then, I was, one of the strange things about covering this, obviously from far away, which kind of feels as a reporter like you're not doing it right, but again, I have colleagues who are in, covering the war on the front lines, and my role was to kind of see the digital side of it. I would be interviewing these officials, who are in these government buildings, on Zoom, it's on video, and they look exhausted, but it's a very strange way it's very strange as a journalist to cover a war this way, to ask them how they're doing, how their families are doing, and to have this face-to-face interaction, even though we're a world away. And that's Mikhailo Fedorov. He's we've talked about it before, he's Ukraine's digital minister. And an interesting thing about all of these teams, I mean, he's very young, he's 31, he was the youngest minister in Zelensky's cabinet. He was very important in getting him elected, as we heard from the digital ministry yesterday. And it was just really interesting to actually see him, Ukraine, before the war, was building all the infrastructure that became important later. You know, they were just in terms of digitizing their economy, digitizing passports, which, you know, now obviously with the displaced population and all of that became extremely important. And, you know, and there was a lot of stagecraft behind it, which I thought was important to kind of lay out as well, because it seemed almost effortless if you saw some of these things that they did. You know, they would, you know, he would tweet at Elon Musk, the world's richest man, saying, you know, we would like some satellite dishes, please. And 48 hours later, he's tweeting a picture of a truck that showed up in Ukraine full of satellite dishes. Obviously, there was a lot of work behind the scenes. And he told me, yeah, you know, like, we've been working on it for weeks, and then, you know, the way that they made it appear, obviously, was meant to be kind of shocking and quick, but there's a lot of work going on behind the scenes that they had been laying the foundation for years of working with tech companies and digitizing Ukraine's economy. And you know, he called it our home turf, and by that he meant just the digital front line. You know, he was very clear that you know, Russia's leadership still lives in the 20th century. He told me, you know, he was like, they're rigid like a war tank, like a war machine, and we're a startup. We're, you know, flexible. And he said, I think the future is with tech, and this is why we will win. And another thing that they were very, very clear on was that, you know, they set up a whole procedure on the information front that before they tweeted something out, before, you know, obviously every war has tales of heroism and resistance and viral moments and, you know, the ghost of Kyiv, you know, all these things, obviously, you know, you can fact check them, they're part of any war, but what was important in terms of actual information about, you know, military movements and things like that is that they set up a whole fact-checking process internally, they told me about, so that, you know, they knew that if they really spread, if they made a big mistake in terms of facts, if they really, you know, if they spread false information in a way that really mattered, Russia would just absolutely crucify them for it, and it would just reinforce a lot of the stereotypes that Russia was spreading. And so in that sense, he was saying, you know, a lot of the things, sometimes it's when you talk to them, all the digital ministers, you know, they're very young, they kind of talk like Silicon Valley tech bros to me. It's like they use the same language, but it's in the middle of a war, and it's always kind of interesting. And he said, you know, we are trying to protect our brand, and our brand is one of an honest nation, and that's why it was so important to make sure all the fact-checking was in place as well. And again, like, another interesting thing I thought was that very few of these people were on Twitter before. I mean, they had Twitter accounts, but they didn't tweet regularly because for Ukrainian officials, at least I was told, that's not their main communication, unlike in the US. And that makes you wonder, you know, obviously who's their audience? Their audience, you know, Twitter became their main, besides Telegram, they really went on Twitter, and both Zelensky, Fedorov, and all these people just, you know, that's how they communicated to the outside world, and that's how they became kind of household names for many Americans. And it's important to note that this was obviously, again, very strategic, and it's a very professional operation that they put in place. And, you know, we've already discussed this, obviously, as well. You know, Telegram kind of becoming the heart of the propaganda battle. You know, it's just this very strange place. I mean, I'm sure you all spend a lot of time on it, especially during the invasion. You know, there's like tales of Ukrainian, you know, resistance and heroism, and they're viral side by side with just massive amounts of Russian disinformation and propaganda. And at the same time, it offers an unfiltered view of the war. I mean, most of my colleagues didn't really have Telegram before the war. I was on it because, again, I cover bad things on the internet, and it's, you know, ever since ISIS came, like, it's always been kind of a platform that a lot of extremists used, but now it became a good thing that they never really cracked down on it and gone very heavy on content moderation, because it gave this unfiltered view of the war to a lot of people who were discovering it there, and just kind of transfixed at how many videos, photos, and documentation there was of the war if you know where to look on Telegram. And so some of the stuff that I was told about this, you know, by people at the time, was how it was the last social media bridge from the Western world into the Russian world. That's where both these sides met. And again, something that wasn't really happening before, and that both, you know, Ukraine and Russia, and then all of their allies on both sides, knew that whoever could sustain their information campaigns on Telegram specifically had the best chance of shaping worldviews, because even when I was reading mainstream coverage in US and European media, you could, you know, almost always a lot of that was sourced from Telegram. And so again, it was this kind of free-for-all Wild West kind of app that in this war made a lot of sense. And as this person noted, this is a former intelligence agent who told me that it's interesting that the information war has been outsourced to a private company. And so far, it's kind of, they haven't really put that many measures in place, but it's interesting to think about what would happen if they did, right? And then just one more, I spoke with Kyiv's digital department, their IT department, and this is different from Zelensky's ministers. These are just municipal IT employees. Like, their work was developing apps to pay parking tickets and to see which metro station was closed and things like that. And they basically, came in on the 25th and asked who wanted to leave. They almost all decided to stay in Kyiv, and they immediately just set about to rebranding. They took all of the apps that already existed, like I said, to do very basic things like, everyday city things that you use on your app for all the time, and they completely transformed it in order to be able to do things like this. This is one of their apps, that they had developed for COVID, actually. And so most people already had it on their phone because during COVID, it allowed you to, see the outbreak information and figure out where where you could get vaccinations. And now that's, it showed you which bomb shelters had Wi-Fi. It gave you air raid alerts. It let you see which pharmacies were open if you needed insulin or something like that. Where there could be gas. And all of this, took a tremendous amount of work. But again, they were just describing to me what the app does in peacetime, and I live in Washington D.C. and I can't even use an app to pay a parking ticket online. I mean, they were already building an infrastructure that worked really, really well, and that's why they were able to turn it around so quickly. Technology for normal things, and suddenly we're trying to stop people from being killed, and that's basically what they saw their role as, is we're trying to keep people alive, and also designing a lot of these apps with a very human kind of touch in mind. For example, like, it can give you air raid alerts, but they developed it so that it also tells you very clearly when the air raids end, so you can go back to sleep, so you can get some peace of mind. Things that immediately you might not think of, but they basically knew that they had to develop these because this war was going to go on for a very long time, and it wasn't just a Band-Aid. Like I said, they've been working on this now for months. This was about a month into the war, but just repurposing existing technology in order to keep people alive was how this was described. And then, lastly, this was mentioned a little bit by the digital ministry yesterday, but, also looking at how Ukraine is crowdsourcing digital evidence of war crimes using some of these same technological tools has been really interesting. On Telegram, there's actual, they have all these bots, and I've used them, and maybe you have too, but they're so effective. They're basically, very simple. They have prompts, there's emojis, and people can, can just kind of report what they see going on around them. They can apply for relocation funds if they need them. They can document damage to their homes. And one of the things that they told me was after they developed these apps, at one point there was a Russian tank kind of going past an intersection in one of the cities in eastern Ukraine, and they were sitting in Kyiv, and they saw every single apartment block was sending them things through this Telegram app. They saw it light up like block by block by block, and they were able to take that tank out, and they're able to track Russian movements. And so, it's, again, the information side of it has been really interesting, but just the practical side of it in terms of keeping people alive, in terms of, again, just making sure people know where all of their infrastructure is, and also, crowdsourcing digital evidence for the future, knowing that it's going to be a decades-long work to really collect this massive amount of evidence, and make sure that it's properly time-stamped, that it could never be called into doubt. So that basically authenticating all of it in real time is something we saw a bit in Syria, but now it's just it's kind of like trying to preempt before people even start, before anything even happens, making sure people know how to do this has been really interesting. And in terms of a lot of this had already been covered, but for me as a reporter, as a journalist, it's been difficult sometimes to communicate this to my audience, making sure that they understand how this, what's happening in Ukraine, which my colleagues do very well as well, but really how this is being fought on the digital front and trying to make it come home to them. So, if I'm saying, can you imagine if your, parking app had to be used to get, to go to a bomb shelter, things like that. I think the digital aspect has been a bridge to make everyday readers, average readers who don't follow the war very closely, kind of understand how crazy it is that this is happening, in 2022. And that's kind of been my goal with a lot of these stories.
Incredible work. Thank you, Vera. Oliver, the floor is yours.
Fabulous, thank you. Perfect. So my name's Oliver. I'm a senior policy analyst at the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change, which is a not-for-profit independent organization focused really on providing practical, radical solutions to the key problems of today. And one of the ones that we're going to talk about is what should other countries learn from the Ukrainian digital government response? And key in the title here is the state of resilience. I want to also thank Alexander Yosad, who couldn't be here today, but also co-wrote the article on which the presentation is based. And this is a real timely issue because ultimately within the frame of war, a key part of what the government needs to do is continue to deliver for citizens and for businesses. And that's exactly what the Ukrainian government has been able to do. So I put a question to start. I put up these three flags in the three countries. What do these three countries share in common? The what, sorry? Blue color. I mean, yeah, there are quite a few things that these countries share, but one of them is good digital government. And the two usual suspects that often we talk about within the digital government space are Taiwan and Estonia. They rightfully are considered pioneers of digital government. But why should Ukraine also be considered as part of this trio? And there are plenty of other countries as well that I haven't mentioned. Well, first, Ukraine punches well above its weight in terms of international rankings on digital government. If you take the UN e-government index, it's ranked 69th, but it jumped 13 places between 2018 and 2020. The index is, the next index is going to come out in 2022. We're expecting to see a similar rise there. But it's also quite unique in the sense that it is, on the index, I would actually also say that when you filter out for the countries with similar economic development, Ukraine actually comes top. And in the top third for countries of a higher economic development as well. So when related to its peers in terms of economic development, Ukraine does phenomenally well. And then Ukraine is also slightly an outlier in the sense that it is a large country. Usually within digital government space, these countries that do particularly well are smaller, both in terms of population, but also in terms of their, the size of their country. So in relation to Estonia, Ukraine is around 30 times the size of the population, more than that, and it's also the largest country of landmass within Europe. The critical thing about this presentation is that and the main reason for speaking, is that what Ukraine has done before the war is to implement the necessary digital innovations in relation to government that has allowed them to continue providing services to both businesses and citizens during war. In short, Ukrainian digital government experience has shown that digital government is not just good government, it is also resilient government. And in 2021, the Tony Blair Institute sought to understand and to summarize the key aspects of digital government progress across 4 different areas: in Africa, in Southeast Asia, in Europe, and in North America. And we did this with reference to a seminal report that we wrote in 2020, which is around transforming government for the 21st century. And in that, we highlighted 3 principles for a whole-of-government transformation of digital services. And those are purposeful governance, enabling infrastructure, and responsive institutions. Purposeful governance being around how you identify the mission and also the priorities of government in relation, including strong political leadership, and making decisions about where to allocate resources. And we heard from our previous speaker about how Mikhail Fedorov was critical to driving digital government progress over the last couple of years. Enabling infrastructure includes how tools and platforms are created and are put in place to support a digital economy and a digital society. And then finally, responsive institutions is about how governments transform their systems and reduce departmental silos and invest in human infrastructure, which is critical. Also in 2021, when we released the summaries of digital government progress in those 4 areas, we looked at the European digital government ecosystem. And Ukraine has a very strong digital government ecosystem. It's important to take account of this, because this is really what is behind the progress that we're seeing in Ukraine. I'll just give 3 examples, and sorry for people at the back who probably can't see the dots. But what it shows is the key actors, mainly within Europe, and also their role that they play within a digital government ecosystem. So in terms of implementation, which is at the top, in Ukraine, you have the creation of the Chief Digital Transformation Officer, both within each of the ministries, but also at the regional level of government as well, which raised the priority of digital government transformation across Ukraine and in every area of policy. In relation to regional, just an example of that as well, we mentioned, what was mentioned from the previous speaker was around the Kiev mayor who changed the digital app to include warnings around war and key information. And then the Kiev mayor was, or is, a CDTO in government. So the other 2 we've got here that I want to highlight is around regional coordination. So Estonia, for example, its e-governance academy is a critical partner in creating a Trembita system, which is a data exchange layer. It enables governments to talk to each other and to provide data for frictionless services. And then obviously, I mentioned EU member state, perhaps this was relevant for EU member states, but the EU in effect has been critical in progress around digital government. It provides frameworks, it provides funding, for instance, the European Interoperability Framework, which provides the key framework for interoperable services, which Ukraine is a key, which Ukraine follows and is assessed against. So in order to understand how Ukraine responded during war, it's necessary to look at how Ukraine built good digital government before. And I've put up 3 areas here. The first being citizen engagement, the second around payments, and the third around services. Now, in this task of understanding good digital government, it's almost impossible to talk about it without mentioning the DIA app. And we've heard about this before in previous speakers and from the ministry yesterday. Citizen engagement, for example, by December 2021, almost 13 million people individual unique users were added onto the DIA app. And that's an incredible achievement for a country anywhere in the world who struggles to get that sort of level of citizen engagement. Partly, this increase in citizen engagement was a result of the payments that the app enabled, and in particular around the COVID passes, which were documents that were added onto the DIA app, and the institution of a e-support card, a one-off payment of £25 or 1,000 Ukrainian hryvnia, which was transferred to people's bank accounts if they were able to prove that they were fully vaccinated for COVID. And as a result of that, 9.7 million of these cards were issued within a couple of months of it being created. And then finally, around services, I think the 2 key ones to mention are the digital passport, which we've heard about before, and which has legal status equivalent to that of paper, the paper equivalents. And then also around sort of the registration services as well. So for instance, if you wanted to move home, you were able to do so within 1 minute on the DIA app. And that pretty much means that if within a situation of war, which we'll come to in a second, you were able to do so without being at your formal address, which before the war is a boon for those Ukrainians, thank you, for those Ukrainians who lived outside of their formal address. Not much has changed in this slide. It's just looking at Ukrainian digital government in 2022, which is after the Russian invasion of Ukraine. If you look at citizen engagement, an extra 4.7 million people were added onto the DIA app as a result of the invasion. Additional functionality includes the creation of TV and radio stations on the DIA app, which kept users informed of the critical news and information that they needed from reliable sources, which they perhaps couldn't get elsewhere. And also, most recently, surveys were included of DIA app citizens who were on a range of different subjects, including on whether to what the new postmark for a free Ukraine would be, and also on the use of weapons as well, which is not something you would normally see, but it was also asked of citizens. In relation to payments, a couple of things to mention here. The first being that workers who were involved or who were affected by war-torn areas were transferred £165 or 6,500 Ukrainian hryvnia on receipt of an application that took literally a minute to fill in. And as a result of that, more than 2.7 million applications for this support were filed and paid within minutes. And then finally, around services, just on the payments, what I want to say that this is there's an Estonian motto, which is, this is about the state running for you rather than you running for the state. And this is a critical example of that motto. And then finally on services, the digital passports had a fantastic reception. The first thing to say is that in the initial period of war, all of these services were taken offline briefly, which is understandable, but were brought back and improved upon within just a few days and a few weeks. So the digital passport was streamlined, it was linked to law enforcement agencies, and international agreements between Moldova and Poland and Ukraine were instituted, which effectively gave recognition of that digital passport to refugees in those countries. And then just one more service to mention as well, the e-Maliato service, and sorry if my Ukrainian isn't particularly good, is a service to register your children for new births, and this was still allowed to happen within the breakaway regions of Luhansk and Donetsk, which meant that Ukrainian people could register the births of their children even within times of war. And this is significant because usually in the 20th century, with kinetic warfare, you would have a downgrading of what the state would be able to provide for citizens and businesses. This is no longer the case. The state can continue to operate thanks to the digital innovations of this government. And then I wanted to end with two slides. The first one being around, now this is, what can we learn from the DIA app, the uses of the DIA app, for when recovery finally appears, and when it begins in earnest. And I think the three things we can learn are this: digital democracy. We've already seen that the DIA app can be used for surveys of Ukrainian citizens in order to understand what the new postmark or whether you should be able to hold weapons. But there is such a power there that can be used to set the agenda for a new Ukraine, that can be visionary in terms of what policies and priorities the Ukrainian government can hold. And this is precisely what digital democracy entails. The second is around digital economy. And you can't really mention it without also mentioning DIA City, which is a tax regime and a legal framework for businesses in the IT industry to join the Ukrainian the IT economy. And I think around 250 of these citizens of this new city, so businesses both international and Ukrainian, have joined, and I think around 150 of those since the war started. So again, the resilience of digital government innovations is clear. And it's also an interesting example of where digital government can support a digital economy. And then finally, around frictionless services, Well, just the one really to mention is that when people return to Ukraine, they're able to register new addresses with ease. And so I think, you know, there are so many more examples of where citizens can return and not be faced with administrative barriers and bureaucracy when they need their lives to return to normal. I started with this particular slide, and I'll return to it as a sort of a nice framing for ending the presentation. What these three countries also have in common is that they are all facing significant geopolitical risks. So not only are they good at digital government, but they are also facing quite significant risks from their neighbors, in Taiwan from China, in Estonia from Russia, and Ukraine from Russia. Now, while they face kinetic warfare, others may not, but what is clear is that there are other significant challenges that mean that digital government isn't just a nice-to-have, it's a must-have, and that includes the pandemic, that includes natural disasters. So to end, pretty much, the key thing about digital government innovations in Ukraine is that it is not just critical for good government before the war, but it is also essential for resilient government in whatever countries face during the war. It is a must-have and not a nice-to-have.
Thank you, Oliver. I'm excited because the questions that are coming in are going to make this a very interesting conversation. We're now going to cross over to Israel, and we are, Meirav, are you with us? Meirav? Okay, while I talk to the air, I will, okay, there she is. So while we connect to Meirav, Vera, there's a question for you that says, war always needs the media for propaganda only. This time it doesn't anymore, thanks to the internet. How do we get independent journalism to work?
That's a good question. Oops. Yeah. I think, again, looking at, you know, ultimately, it's been interesting to see this unfold here because, like, as we said many times during this panel, this is the most documented war in history. If you really want to look at what's happening, you can really find it on Telegram, you know, anywhere you look. But I do think that, you know, ultimately when you're trying to put it in context, ultimately people do go back to the BBC, to mainstream media, to really someone that puts it in context, you know, day 50 of the war, what happened where, and that trust component. And it is, you know, it's almost like the more information there is, the more that's true. And it doesn't have to be mainstream or traditional media, but it has to be trusted, verified, you know, reliable media. And so, or journalist. You know, there's been a lot of independent journalists in Ukraine who have been there doing this as well. But I do think that I've seen this shift among my friends who don't work in journalism and others. It does seem to me that it's almost like the avalanche of information necessitates someone to put it in context and someone to really, you know, someone you trust to say, this is, you know, I'm laying this out in context and this is the important part, this is the less important part. And, you know, again, like we talk so much about facts, but it is rather difficult sometimes, even though technically you could access it on your own on social media and all of that. I do think that we've kind of seen the opposite. I've noticed that like a lot of people do kind of gravitate towards trusted sources in order to be able to understand where it really fits, because it is such a complicated place. And yeah, and in terms of, you know, and again, in placing propaganda in context as well. But that's at least something that I found and that we found with my colleagues, is that having someone take all of that and put it in one place ultimately is something that people are, you know, definitely like still have that thirst for, especially during a very confusing and, you know, dangerous time.
Right. So I do have a question for you then, in that. Okay. I do have a question for you in that, you know, they say because of the internet and because of citizen journalism that mainstream media is dying. But, you know, based off what you've said, I'd like to know your opinion that, do you think it is, though, a dying medium with YouTube, with Telegram, with the fact that people can now create their own content, and even trusted journalists maybe who used to be with mainstream media and now create their own content, do you think the overall structure of mainstream media, terrestrial media, so to speak, is a dying medium?
That is a good question. I think it's going to be interesting to see. It's too early now, but it's going to be interesting to see how this war was consumed by media consumers. But I do think it's like everything. You know, it used to be in print, and then it was television, it was radio. Now it's, you know, social media, it's YouTube, and it ultimately, and again, we can discuss, you know, what trustworthy means. But I do think, you know, if we talk about the medium itself, like certain ones are usually kind of going out of fashion and other ones come back. But you know, so I think in terms of mediums, maybe, you know, I used to work for newspapers. Many of them don't exist anymore. Obviously, all of that is the case. But ultimately, like the thing that's kind of going from place to place and enduring is kind of, you know, I guess I'm trying to think of like the right word to describe it, an entity you trust. Because I would say an organization, but like you said, many organizations are also fading away. So I think it is definitely decentralizing away from bigger, you know, kind of traditional mediums, which I know that a lot of people have less and less trust in. But in terms of, I still think, at least in countries where the free and independent press is you know, really protected, that again, like well, we're going to have to find new language, clearly, to talk about it, a new vocabulary, because it's going to be like entities that have this trust, that people know do, you know, that do good fact checking, that have, you know, that don't make mistakes, and that, you know, cover things very rigorously. It doesn't really matter what medium they end up shifting to, whether it ends up going to YouTube or even TikTok. You know, you see the Washington Post, for example, having a massive success on TikTok because they found a new way to communicate their journalism. So if ultimately we all only consume the Washington Post over TikTok instead of print, that, you know, that would be a strange world. But I think or whether it doesn't, you know, whether it's the Post or someone else, I just think that, you know, the elementals of it will continue being the same. But it'll be interesting to see as the mediums fade out, which one ultimately kind of gains dominance there.
The evolution of media. Meirav, welcome. Welcome, Meirav. Can you hear me? I think you're muted.
Say again something, Meirav. Say something.
You can say something for us to hear you, Meirav. We just want to test the sound.
I can't hear you guys. I'm guessing that you want me to share presentation. I don't know.
Yes.
The microphone so I can hear you.
Yeah, please start. We can hear you, can see you.
You can see, but you can't hear me?
We can hear. Yes, we can.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm Meirav. Sadly, in the last moment, I couldn't arrive. My daughter got COVID. So I'm going to be transferring the knowledge through here. I'm going to be speaking a little bit about how business and marketing cryptocurrency as our utility supporting people and even governments in Ukraine and even in Russia. A little bit about myself. I'm a veteran in the field of technology and finance, and combining the two before they were named fintech. I was managing one of the biggest security trading websites in Israel. Originally, I was a programmer in the dot-com era, later became an investment consultant, and I was the COO of 3 blockchain companies. And I teach at MBA programs at the College of Management in Israel. I'm a director at one of the biggest investment houses. And I was chosen a few weeks ago as one of the 36 women revolutionizing crypto, after having been chosen in 2020 as one of the 100 most inspirational women in blockchain, and a few other mentions. I work and advise and educate international financial institutions, enterprises, regulators, startups, individuals.
on anything that has to do with fintech, crypto, the future of money and finance, moving ahead with the next steps of the innovation, which means that we give consulting, education, in-depth research services, project implementation, and we work with many organizations. And you know, right now with the war with Ukraine, there's we're seeing some very interesting things. And you know, it's kind of interesting to look at a time of war with I'd say objective eyes or inquiring eyes, and looking and seeing what is happening around us. And one of the things that when we stop and look, and I've heard this in the last couple of lectures that were before me, was that a lot of the solutions that are available now during this war are based on the extensive data processing power that we as humans have access to. And I'm talking about, first of all, you know, our phones. I don't know how many of you realize that our phones are actually computers that are stronger than the first IBM that sent a spaceship to the moon. And this kind of extensive computing power enables building and creating all sorts of advanced tools that, as we've seen with my with the earlier speakers, can bring new kinds of aspects and solutions in situations that are not simple. So in my lecture, we're going to be specifically honing in on the developments that have to do with blockchain and Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies, and see what part they play and how they're affecting the war in Ukraine. So in order to do that, we're going to roll back to the beginning and kind of like understand a little bit what we're talking about. So in 2009, when Bitcoin was introduced to the world, not only the cryptocurrency Bitcoin was introduced, but also the underlying technology, which is blockchain. Now, each of these two can live separately, but in order to understand what's happening in Ukraine in regards to these projects, we need to kind of like take a look and understand them. And I'm going to start by explaining. I think it's going to take me less than 1 minute, so that everybody in the audience, which I can't see, I hope I don't have any feedback from you guys, so I hope this is clear enough and concise enough. And in 1 minute, we're going to understand the idea behind blockchain. And if I want to explain what blockchain is, I'd come and say that, you know, traditionally when people want to trade with each other, let's say I want to give Vlad a car and he wants to give me $100,000, the way that we would have done that would be through trusted third parties, intermediaries, right? That would be the bank where the money would come from me to him. That would be that when we want to change the ownership of the car, we'd be doing that through whomever in the government is in charge of the cars. And these middlemen, the little red person here in the picture, they're the ones that need to keep track of the transactions and keep track of the ownership of valuables, okay? They're supposed to make sure that everything works properly and that nobody comes back and says, oh, the car was actually mine, oh, the money wasn't paid. And that's the way how humanity had worked, actually, until blockchain. Now, a good example for an intermediary third-party body is a bank, right? Banks, whenever I want to transfer money to somebody abroad, okay, in the middle, there is at least one bank, okay, my bank, and in many cases, it's going to be more than one bank. It's going to be two banks, the other party's bank, okay? So every time that we need to transact and I want to move funds in and out of a country or even inside a country, I need to go through these intermediary bodies. Is the solution of putting somebody in the middle the best solution in the world? So it works, that's what we're doing, but there could be some downsides to this, right? First of all, what happens if this intermediary body, let's say a bank, or anybody that's that keeps the data for itself or inside itself, what happens if it's destroyed, or what happens if the database is breached? Okay, what if this intermediary favors one side over the other side, or what if it becomes untrustworthy, right? What happens if it's inefficient and slow, and it takes so much time for me to transfer money into a country, and then I need to actually even pay more money for that and pay commissions, okay? What if the prices for the service of the intermediary goes up? And what we're seeing in Ukraine and we're seeing in crises, what happens if these bodies cannot operate as efficiently as they were before crisis happened, okay? And what we are seeing is that these bodies can become and have become, in many cases, bottlenecks, okay? So the idea of blockchain is actually to come and take away this middleman and enable people to work with each other in regards to transferring of value, okay, by utilizing the same extensive computer power, okay? Now, it's not something that we haven't heard about, because in the 2 lectures before me, we were speaking about the ability of people in Ukraine to transfer knowledge about what's happening, pictures, videos, okay, one building after the other, right, to somebody else who can check that, and the information goes out, okay? For us, it seems very natural that we have the ability to communicate with one another in regards to information without having a middle person in the middle. But that is not historically something that was there throughout history. If somebody in a different world, let's say World War II, wanted to communicate with somebody else, could he do it directly if they were not next to each other? No, he would have to go through a middle party. That middle party would be the post office, okay? Maybe the government, the censorship, parties of interest, okay? So we all already know and we're familiar with the advancements that technology have enabled us throughout these last 30, 40 years, which enable us to transfer knowledge from one person to the other directly through Telegram, through WhatsApp, through mails, through different alternatives that we can do that through the internet, okay? But we couldn't easily transfer funds and things of value like money, okay? So today, most commonly, if I want to transfer money, like we said, I need to go through a bank, I need to go through a credit card company, I need to go through some sort of centralized entity that enables me, and I need to rely on them in order to do an action that maybe I would like to do directly, but I can't until blockchain, okay? Because the idea with blockchain is just like with the internet, that you have peer-to-peer ability to communicate with each other. Imagine an infrastructure that does exactly the same, but this time for funds and money, okay? And that is what blockchain actually is, okay? And what it enables. That means that there is no single point of intermediary person, okay? It enables people to transact directly with each other without needing to be dependent on a certain bottleneck or a third party, okay? That means that people can transfer value like a currency, like money, from one person to the other without needing to go through somebody that says it's okay, not okay, goes faster, goes slower, is closed, was ruined, okay? And the money can be transferred from a person's personal wallet, from a person's personal wallet to another person's wallet, just like when you're transferring information from one person to the other without needing to go through an intermediary, okay? So if we actually want to understand what blockchain is in regards to, without going into the intricacies exactly of how it works, we can actually see it as a huge digital payment infrastructure. And in the war in Ukraine, the examples of how this can be used were amazing, okay? And this public infrastructure is actually not owned by any single entity. Therefore, there are no interests of parties that want you to get the money, embargoes, no embargoes, okay? It is available regardless of background and nationality and gender or status or profile of people. Anybody can open a wallet, okay? They don't need to go through, I do have this, I don't have that. Anybody can do that. Anybody can open it. It's accessible 24/7 as long as there is internet, which means that people can move money from one place to the other, even when the banks are closed, even when the banks cannot give access, even when there is an embargo, even when there is a war that strains the system that, you know, the traditional systems that have these bottlenecks in the middle. And the Ukrainian the war in Ukraine actually can showcase exactly what that means in regards to humans and saving human lives and enabling them to fare better in extreme cases, okay? because blockchain had been used during the war in Ukraine in various ways. I brought at least 4 different ways. And it's to the point that ministers and officers in the government refer to crypto as something essential, okay? So it's essential in the eyes of the Ukraine's military operations. It's an essential tool, okay, that the Ukrainian ministers are saying. It's an essential tool in the country's defense. And when you dig a little bit deeper, you understand that it literally enabled to save lives of soldiers, okay? And you have high-ranking ministers and army people tweeting these things out. So let's take a look at how blockchain was implemented. First of all, it was implemented as a tool for crowdfunding, okay? And receiving donations for the military and for humanitarian aid, not through the traditional banking system, okay? The amount that was raised to help Ukraine throughout this situation, they managed to raise over $100 million from different crypto initiatives. Now, this means that this was done actually without the banking system in the middle, without having any middleman coming and censoring, oh, the money can come from here or it cannot come from here. The money simply was transferred from one person to the other into wallets, and the military actually received donations for the country and humanitarian aid through crypto. That was the first use case. Now, this obviously enabled the military to buy weapons, to help people, to give food, to keep things moving when actually things would have been much harder without this. Example number 2. The Ukrainian government actually used a new type of digital currency to raise even more money. And this kind of like opens an explanation about what NFTs are, okay? Because the Ukrainian government sold NFTs to raise more money, okay? What are NFTs? NFTs are certificates of ownership, okay? That's what they really are. And when we're talking about NFTs in the mainstream media, we're usually talking about certificates of ownership to a piece of art, okay? So when you're hearing people, they sold NFTs, they bought NFTs, traditionally what that means is that they bought digital art, okay, which is unique, and paid for it in crypto and received the digital art into their wallet. So what did the Ukrainian government do, which is very innovative? They created a collection of digital art, okay, that actually kind of like chronicalizes the events that happened, and for each step of the way, they created this digital art with local and international artists and sold these pieces of art as NFTs over the blockchain. So when people bought these pieces of art, which could be called souvenirs, right, or snapshots of what's happening, people paid the Ukrainian government, which could use this as a method for crowdfunding, okay? I need feedback. Is everything clear? Am I going too fast, too slow? Is this clear? Am I talking to myself? Clear?
Very clear.
All right.
Very clear.
Do we have any questions until now?
None right now. You can carry on, but you are running out of time.
Okay, I think that the best idea to ask me questions is maybe to send me through WhatsApp from Vlad, and then I'll be able to see if there are questions. I'm happy to answer, and I'll continue until the questions reach me. Third example, after NFTs and crowdfunding. Remember that we said that blockchain enables peer-to-peer transactions of funds and money? Well, during the war in Ukraine, people were able to receive and send funds throughout the borders 24 hours immediately. There is no T+1, T+2, or a few days that it takes for the banks to move the money around, okay? Now, this system was actually used not only by the Ukrainian people, but also by the Russian people, okay? Because, you know, there are different ways that people look at stories, but people are people on both sides. And crypto came to help private people on both sides of this situation. And both sides, the Russians and the Ukrainians, as private people, used this infrastructure in order to be able to move their money around when the banks were not accessible and the banks were congested, okay? So enabling people to receive their salaries from abroad, you know, there are many programmers in Ukraine. It's one of the, like the people that spoke before me, it's an advanced country with high-tech people. These salaries, the salaries that the programmers could receive, they could receive them in crypto even if the bank had a problem sending the money through, okay? So when they were programming to other countries that use them as programmers, the money just could come to them with crypto. And when they were stuck in Ukraine and the men could not leave and they needed to move money to their family, which were over the border, and again, the banking system could not necessarily sustain everything, they were able to do this again through crypto, okay? It's to the point, again, that they're talking about, officially, that they're talking about that crypto has become an essential tool in Ukraine's defense because it provided the flexibility and speed that literally saved people's and soldiers' lives, okay? Because it's immediate. The transactions happen all at once, just like when you're sending a WhatsApp from one person. All right. Example number 4, okay? As governments, it's not very simple to deal with the changes that are happening, and this requires them to adjust rates and to put limits, and this is what happened in Ukraine as well, okay? But what crypto enabled people to do was to find workarounds these kinds of situations, because theoretically the Central Bank of Ukraine, they changed the exchange rates from the local currency to dollars, and they said that you can only change it when certain terms happen about a period of time that you have in the bank. When people used crypto, they could simply move the money around from one person to the other without needing to rely, again, on the systems that were congested and could not necessarily give answers to the citizens' needs. So I'm going to be wrapping this up, and I'll unlimited. So if we're looking at the situation in Ukraine, we can actually see how Bitcoin, blockchain, and crypto have a real use case of bringing value to people in these kinds of extreme situations. And it's very important to emphasize this because lately we've been seeing many articles around the world that are saying that crypto and blockchain do not have any real use cases, okay? But this is a real use case because using this alternative system actually enabled many people to have a better life during this kind of crisis. I'll summarize with a few questions because where is this, right now we're in the middle of a crisis, we don't know exactly how it will end and how the landscape will look like when the dust settles, but now that people have already gotten used to transacting with each other without going through intermediaries, does that mean that crypto is going to be becoming more mainstream due to that? Does that mean that people that already got used to transacting this way will they continue working this way without a middleman, or will they go back to using the banking system? Are we going to be seeing more direct financial interaction? Just like we're seeing a direct interaction between us with mails and WhatsApps and everything else, is transferring money from one person to the other without going through banks on a public system. Is that going to be the norm? Is it going to be? Is the war in Ukraine going to be pushing that kind of solution more and more? And will humanity as a whole, I'd say, evolve to the direction that they're going to be transferring the funds from one person to the other without being reliant on central entities? And then the question after that is, if that's going to be happening, how are these powerful intermediaries going to be responding? This is a disruption, right? How is the banking system going to be responding in the central banks to the situation where people can actually transfer funds from one person to the other without needing to go through them? Will they shut down? Will they want to shut down the new competitors? Will they succeed with this? Because it's a situation that when you look at it, you're seeing that there's a disruption to the old way things are done. I'll summarize by saying that it's very interesting to see how technological innovation can actually create ripple effects and in this case, be used to help people in times of need. And I'll finish with a quote that says that, that Gordon Moore, one of the founders of Intel, said that change has never happened this fast before, but it will never be this slow again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mirav. Thank you so much. I hope you can hear me saying thank you.
Yes, I can hear you saying thank
Yay. You. Okay. Fantastic. Thank you so much for your presentation and sharing your research. Hopefully people can connect with you online and learn more about the work that you're doing and interact with you. Okay, she's smiling, so I think that's a yes.
I can hear. I heard the thank you part. I didn't hear the rest.
That's fine. It wasn't important. We have come to the halfway mark of our day today. Unfortunately, we have no more time for questions, but please do check out Slido as well as YouTube live chat to see if there's any questions for you. I think there is one more question on Slido. We will break for lunch. Please don't run away like you did yesterday. Like, just come back after eating, okay? Because the rest of the program is really nice, and we're going to end on a really good note. Speakers, thank you so much again for sharing all your research and sharing the work that you're doing. I know we're going to have some very interesting lunchtime conversations, and I know there's going to be some very heavy networking probably happening during lunchtime. So another round of applause for all our speakers, including Merav in Israel. Enjoy lunch, and we'll see you afterwards. We will see you at 10 to 2, 10 minutes to 2.
crucial information to the adversaries. And we have online with us Alexandra Matyvyuk, head of the board Center for Civil Liberties from Kiev. Alexandra, can you hear us?
Yes, I hear you well.
Great. So we will start with you. The floor is yours. You can share your presentation if you have one. Alexandra, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, now you can start. Now you can start.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for providing me a floor in this panel. My name is Alexandra Matvychuk. For over 20 years, I have been defending human rights in Ukraine and the Eurasia region. And the recent 8 years, I have been documenting war crimes. Since Russian full-scale invasion, we have united dozens of organizations into the Tribunal for Putin initiative. Only in 4 months of Russian aggression, jointly, we have documented over than 13,000 criminal episodes. And this number of 13,000 criminal episodes is huge, and this is only the tip of the iceberg. We faced an enormous amount of war crimes. Russia used war crimes as the methods of warfare. Russian troops in Ukraine deliberately destroy residential houses, schools, churches, hospitals. We document abductions, arrests, rapes, tortures, and murders of civilians in different oblasts of the country. It directly contradicts the international humanitarian law, but Russia attempts to break people's resistance and occupy the country by exerting pain. And we use different digital instruments to record this civilian people's pain of war crimes. Many of those who followed the course of this war remember the episode when the defenders of Azovstal facility in Mariupol, then almost in live broadcast, we were witnessing Russian bombing the facility in the encircled Mariupol for 2 months. That plant was defended by the Ukrainian military, and its underground chambers sheltered about 1,000 civilian people. Due to technologies providing access to the internet even in such conditions, encircled people could record videos and even conduct press conferences. They urged international organizations to provide humanitarian corridors and save lives of civilians and wounded. And that moment we felt as if we were the actual participants of those events. And what I want to say that this is the bright evidence of the fact that today's offline and digital dimensions of the war have completely merged. Only 8 years ago, when I started my work on documentation of war crimes, when this war was beginning, human rights defenders lacked the nowadays means of covering the war, including the set of digital technologies for documenting the events. Conditionally, all the digital technologies which our documentators from the Tribunal for Putin initiative apply in their work may be divided into 2 categories. Category 1, there are some digital instruments used by ordinary people for their personal purposes rather than for documenting war crimes. And we also use them. These include Google Maps, Google Street View, which helps to identify the location of the objects, Google Lens to search for similar photos on the web, various resources helping to verify metadata, to debunk fakes by enabling you to check where and when the video was published first, resources to check for data leak from the personal email and where exactly it happened, various VPN services to bypass blocking of the resources on the internet, etc. This category may also include simple search and even work in social networks. For the previous 8 years, we were using Russian social networks, ВКонтакте and Одноклассники, to search for and to identify persons who committed the documented by us war crimes. And category 2, there are the digital instruments used exactly for documenting war crimes. The category comprises various self-written or created for such purpose databases like Memox, iDocs, Uvazi, etc. All documented by us 13,000 episodes are stored in such a database, what simplifies analysis, search, and forming of the connections between different episodes. If a captive recalls the last name of a particular person committed tortures, the entire range of bases enables analytics to find other episodes where this concrete person also appears and to interconnect those episodes. In this category, also there are dedicated platforms to report war crimes. Several months ago, the Ukrainian Prosecutor General's office launched such a war crime platform and currently conduct promo campaign via television, calling people to submit information on committed war crimes online. Chatbots are the simplified version of the instrument fulfilling the same functions. Currently in Ukraine, there are several state and public chatbots used to report war crimes. State services are successfully used to collect information on war crimes. Probably all of the citizens of Ukraine who have smartphones have installed the state application DIA because it's very convenient for storing passport, driving license, and other documents. Present day, it's possible to submit information on property damages resulting from war via this state application DIA right from your smartphone. Ukrainian state bodies, in cooperation with the non-government organizations, develop websites to simplify Ukrainian citizens' access to submit to the international organizations. For example, this very month, they launched the website where a citizen of Ukraine can fill a complete template to communicate with the European Court of Human Rights concerning violation of the specific articles of the European Convention on Human Rights. According to the primary plan, Ukrainians' national post was supposed to physically deliver those complaints, but as far as I know from the project team, they had not anticipated such a vast demand. It's important to mention those digital instruments which provide everyone with the opportunity to join the documentation process. For instance, there is the eyewitness application, which everyone can download to the smartphone and send photos or videos containing information of war crimes to the project team who administrate the base and collaborates with the International Criminal Court. So without mentioning satellite images and other digital instruments, which are less available to human rights organizations, it's obvious that the recent years, technological progress made it possible to record, store, search for, verify, and process a vast amount of information on war crimes. People couldn't even dream about it during the World War II. But unfortunately, there is something that hasn't changed since the World War II. And this is a problem of impunity of war crimes. This situation in Ukraine is consequence of impunity for the previous crimes which Putin's regime committed. Russia has been using war as a tool of achievement its geopolitical interests. And for decades, Russian military have been committing war crimes in Moldova, Georgia, Chechnya, Syria, Mali, Libya, and other countries. They have never been held accountable for this. Russians are convinced that they are free to do anything they want, regardless whether it will be documented or not. It makes wonder, for whom do we collect this information with all these digital instruments? We are not the chroniclers who amass data for the National Archives. We are the human rights defenders who collect evidence of war crimes in order to bring perpetrators to justice. The international law system cannot boast of rapid development, unlike digital technologies. We still face the problem of accountability gap. And this situation in Ukraine is the vivid evidence of this. What do I mean? At the end of July, the Ukrainian Office of Prosecutor General has opened over 23,000 criminal proceedings. 23,000 criminal proceedings, and it's clear that even the world's most powerful legal system wouldn't be able to cope with such a great numbers of crimes during the war. Unfortunately, we cannot lord this task over the International Criminal Court, which started his investigation in Ukraine. Because International Criminal Court actions are extremely important, but the court focuses only at the top officials and limits itself only to the several selected cases. Investigation of the rest of the dozens of thousands of criminal proceedings and their perpetrators remain within the responsibility of Ukrainian investigative and court authorities. Thus, there appears an extremely acute question: who will be able to ensure justice for numerous thousands of war crimes victims? And this is not the topic of my today's speech according to the program, but I would like to finish it with the pending issue, because we use modern digital technologies in documenting war crimes with a single purpose, for the purpose of people who survived the war to get a chance for justice, even though delay in time. Thank you.
Alexandra, thank you very much for a very powerful speech, and I think that you have pinpointed very important elements, both in the use of digital technologies, but most importantly on how they relate with the restoration of justice. Thank you. Now that we will move on with our next speaker, Luke.
Yeah, hi everyone. Can you hear me? Cool. Yeah, so my name's Luke James. I'm from the Platform for Peace and Humanity, a Slovakian international NGO. I appreciate you just had 10 minutes of war crimes. I'm going to give you another 5 minutes of war crimes as well, so bear with me. Slides? Cool. So earlier this month, I was at a conference in London at the NATO Warfare Conference. And Colonel John Spencer, he described how President Zelensky told his citizens to go out and resist. From Spencer's urban warfare perspective, civilians were the first in the line of defense for the Battle of Kiev. Spencer describes how Ukrainian citizens can plug in Russian positions into their digital applications to a Ukrainian military command center and authorize a national level strike. By plug-in, Spencer means the digital media, the GIA app, social media, messaging applications, and how they have been used to reveal Russian positions. On the right, we have a civilian drone operator, and you can see there's just been a strike there. The civilian drone was likely acting as a spotter or a close target reconnaissance. In the middle, we have a TikToker who has revealed Russian positions. That was just before the war. And on the left, we have what appears to be a civilian who has just taken photographs of Russian positions that have just been striked by the Ukrainian military in Luhansk earlier this month. And we see plenty of examples of this in the digital environment. Taking into account dis and misinformation, we've all seen evidence and examples of Ukrainian citizens uploading Russian positions into the digital environment. In all wars, in all digital wars from now onwards, citizens have either intended or have inadvertently exposed positions in the military space. So what does this mean from an international humanitarian law perspective? Civilians do not have the right to partake in hostilities, and therefore civilians may not and should not be targeted. They are not fair game. Now, there are exceptions when it comes to collateral damage subjected to a test of proportionality and military necessity, but broadly, civilians should not be targeted. In contrast, even if they do not pose an actual threat, at the time of attack, combatants or military state forces may be directly targeted at any time. And we can see here a serviceman in Kiev, possibly a chef, unloading potatoes from a van. Under IHL, International Humanitarian Law, he would be legally targetable. However, civilians' protection is except if and for such time as they directly participate in hostilities. Some of you may recognize these pictures, these stills from the film American Sniper. Bradley Cooper plays a US SEAL in, I believe it's Iraq or Afghanistan, and he's weighing up whether to take the shot against a child who's just been handed some form of IED, an improvised explosive device. So this concept of direct participation of hostilities is a complicated one. Treaty international humanitarian law doesn't help us. Customary international law doesn't really help us either. But in 2009, the ICRC released this guidance, and we can see here a few questions which help us determine whether a civilian can be described as directly participating in the conflict. But this is 2009, and where are we now? So let's have a look at those examples that we went back to. Now, we know there are non-military organizations who describe themselves as technically savvy drone operators who operate in Ukraine. The intelligence the organization receives is uploaded via Elon Musk's Starlink, and it is supplied to the Ukrainian military. I'd argue that this is a clear one. They are directly contributing to the conflict in a continuous combat function. There's a clear causation, the strike happened, and the average person would probably agree with me that this is reasonable to perceive that this is an act to support the Ukrainian military. What about the other two? Before answering, let's think a little bit about morals and ethics. What if these two, the TikToker and the picture on Twitter, are just simply not aware of the implications of their picture that they upload? They were simply uploading a picture of what they thought was cool or interesting. Perhaps they're an Umar, Opa, an influencer who didn't quite realize what they were uploading. What does that mean if they didn't intend to directly participate in hostilities? What about if I ask you not to think about intention, but utilitarianism? In other words, actions, digital engagement will always have a consequence. The Brits and Americans among us will be familiar with the World War II expression, loose lips sink ships. In other words, you should be judged on the consequences of your words, actions, or digital engagement alone, and not intent. And how does that change your moral calculus? The TikToker is a bit of a trick question. That was actually taken outside of this international armed conflict before the 24th of February invasion. But let's imagine that this was inside the conflict. What do you think then? Are they directly participating in hostilities? What about the picture to the left there? It doesn't look like there's any survivors in that picture there. I know it's quite small for you to see there, but imagine if there were survivors. Imagine if there were a couple Russian survivors there. This person takes a picture, uploads it to Twitter, Ukrainian military see it and does a strike. That strike is entirely dependent on that Ukrainian person's image that is uploaded to social media. Are they directly participating in the conflict? Final remarks. I said I'd keep it short. International humanitarian law has not caught up with the digital environment. We need to work out how it can. Second point, whilst you can apply some existing principles under international humanitarian law, I'm just really struggling with the conclusion that civilians posting in the digital environment would not bring themselves subject to legal attack. And the third point, I've worked at the International Criminal Court. Russian defense lawyers in a few years' time will try this as a defense. I want to leave you with just one recommendation for those of you on the ground in Ukraine. If you choose to reveal Russian positions, do it through an anonymized account, do it a few hours later, and make sure you're very far away from where that conflict is. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Lucas. Great presentation as well. Now, I don't know, is Alexandra is with us? Okay. There is a question in Slido, and the question is related actually. Alexandra, can you hear us?
Yes, I hear you, but not properly, unfortunately.
Okay. Would you say a tribunal will be efficient enough considering the amount of data collected and the gravity of the crimes? It's a question addressed to you.
Can I ask to write this question because the voice is not, the question is not understandable. Just to write in the chat, please.
Okay, we will type the question because there are two questions. Another one that I think it is quite important, it is also that there are a number of efforts in order to collect relevant data. This might create a problem when the tribunal will happen. So the question and proposition actually, it is maybe it's worth creating one platform instead of having different type of platforms.
I can answer. Thank you for the very important question, because it's exactly what we are thinking for. Because when we have a situation with this accountability gap, when International Criminal Court will select only several cases to investigate, and national system is not capable to deal with the enormous amount of war crimes, we are thinking about a different alternative, how very quickly increase the capacity of national system to be able to investigate and to prosecute perpetrators. And in this regard, we think about the methods of constant involvement of international presence on the level of investigation and level of justice. And International Hybrid Tribunal on war crimes, crimes against humanity and genocide can be a solution, a possible alternative to the gap of accountability. And because this model provides us an opportunity to unite together efforts of national investigators and international investigators, national judges and international judges, to use like appropriate legislation, because now we have a problem with our legislation for current moment. We still have no responsibility for crimes against humanity in our criminal court, and to use the best practices inside the national system. I can compare this method with the vaccination process. When you have made a vaccine to national system, so such kind of involvement of international contribution in a model of International Hybrid Tribunal can be essential. This is from the legal perspective, but there is also a political perspective of this issue, because Russia also tried to stop to this idea to realize. And Russian officials now publicly told that they also will create international hybrid tribunal. They plan to involve Syria, to involve Iran, to involve Northern Korea and Belarus to be members of this international hybrid tribunal, and to get endorsement of such international organization as SND or SHOS or other international organization which is controlled by Russia or have a huge influence of Russia. So from political perspective, now it's very discussable question, but still, when I think that we have no alternative to do nothing, because if we will not design a way how to fill this accountability gap, it means that status quo will lead to the total impunity. And second question, there are a lots of platforms that collect evidence of crimes. Don't you think that may cause a problem? Maybe it's worth creating one platform. Yes, it will be a problem for sure. But you have to understand that we have this so-called chaos of the war. And the war not strengthening state authorities, the war not strengthening the non-government institution. Yes, we as a people respond to this large-scale invasion with a huge solidarity, with a wave of unity, with enormous efforts of ordinary people who risk their lives for other people when they even don't know before, but still it's not like a time when you can sit, plan, and connect everything beforehand. So we have this already situation when we have chatbot of security service to collect information, chatbot of general prosecutor office to collect information, the special platform of Ministry of Culture who created a platform of cultural damage, the special platform of Office of General Prosecutor Office, and dozens of chatbots and other source of collection of non-government organizations. Sooner or later, we will face with a challenge, how to unite all this information from different chatbots, from different platforms, from different databases. But now we have what we have. If we can predict it and make this architecture before, we will make it more wisdom, but we have no luxury to do it beforehand. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for both the presentation and the responses. I think that the questions were actually complementing a lot your presentation. I would like to ask Luke a question of my own. Luke, I have the feeling, and let me know if you have data for the contrary, that sharing information in the beginning, it was not kind of a targeted or a before, let's say, planned tactic, but it came up later on. They realized that by sharing this data, they actually reveal targets both for Ukrainians or for Russians. Do you agree with that? Or?
I mean, so my first response would be at the start, when the conflict hadn't started, international humanitarian law didn't apply because there wasn't a conflict. So as soon as that February 24th invasion started, that's when IHO was triggered, and that's when those obligations come in. So if I've understood your question correctly, it's only sort of post that 24th of February period when IHO applies, and where my concern about what I've spoken about starts to become valid.
We have seen something similar in the war in Syria, a heavy use of mobile phones as well in order to reveal information. Do you think that that war and now the invasion will change the international humanitarian role, especially for these cases?
So those two conflicts are slightly different. The Syrian war is a non-international armed conflict. It's contained within Syria, whereas this conflict is Russia's war on Ukraine, and there are two parties to that conflict. And that means something in international humanitarian law. But to answer your question, yes, I do think these new contemporary conflicts, not just in Syria, in Ethiopia as well, in Nagorno-Karabakh, wars are changing. And I am concerned, like I said about today, this is not just a problem potentially for Ukrainian citizens, but Armenian citizens, Ethiopian citizens around the world as well. And I do think this needs to be caught up with right now, very soon.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions? I would like to thank both our speakers, both Alexandra and Luke, for being here with us, Luke, and actually sharing your valuable knowledge and information. Thank you very much. Now we move to the next panel.
And thank you very much to the previous speakers. Hope you can hear me clearly. Okay, so our second last discussion for today is going to be focused on truth as a valuable commodity. And we have an interesting panel. We have Laura Edelson, the co-founder of New York University Tandon's Cybersecurity for Democracy, New York, New York. And she's going to be talking about defending against disinformation, lessons on what worked and what didn't, from the pandemic to the Russian invasion. Is she in the room or she's online? Oh, please come and join me on the stage. And we also have Stephen Feldstein, he's a senior fellow at Carnegie Democracy Conflict and Governance Program in Washington, D.C. in the United States. Stephen, if you're here, please join me at the stage. Okay, and he's going to be talking about what technology trends have emerged from the war in Ukraine. Are authoritarians still winning the digital struggle? So please give our speakers a warm round of applause.
Hey folks, thank you for that lovely introduction. So I can skip that one. But what I do want to talk about really briefly before we get too deeply into the paint here is a lot of the folks you've been hearing from today, and many of you, think about this as a communications problem, or you think about this from perhaps a social science or a political science lens. I'm a little different. I'm a computer scientist. Really specifically, I am a cybersecurity researcher. So I really think about how harmful content in general moves through large online networks like Facebook, like TikTok, and how hopefully, eventually, we can slow down the spread of some of this harmful content. So I'm mostly going to be talking to you today about disinformation, but something you should keep in mind is that in many ways, disinformation just doesn't behave that differently than fraud content does, or than, as again, we're going to be talking about propaganda content does. They're actually very similar network problems. So we're going to be talking about a few specific case studies. We're going to only be able to get into them very briefly. But I'm going to be talking about a specific piece of disinformation from the early days of the COVID pandemic. I'm going to be talking about a specific piece of Russian disinformation from those first few weeks of the invasion. And then we're going to be talking about some of the lessons we can take away from these two events and some of the things that went well and things that didn't go well. So to start with, mask usage to prevent COVID-19 transmission. And I'm going to be talking about this specifically in the context of the United States, because this very much differed globally. So just to start with what I think everyone in this room knows, disposable masks like 3-layer surgical masks or like N95 or similar styled masks, they are safe for all day wear. These are highly studied medical devices. They've been worn by medical professionals for decades. We know they lower the risk of most respiratory communicable illnesses, including COVID-19. But an important fact that can be easy to forget now is that through a lot of 2020, well, from March 2020 on, they were in quite short supply. They're a lot easier to get now, but I'm sure we all remember those early days, and they were pretty hard to find. So this was a widely spread piece of disinformation. This is one version of it, but there were many. And it was this general idea that masks are dangerous to your health. And to get really specific, typically the mechanism that was suggested, the mechanism of danger to your health, was either it would force you to rebreathe too much of your own air, breathing in carbon dioxide, or not get enough oxygen. This is just not true, again, as we all know. But again, let's think about the background of that time and that environment. And again, just to reiterate, these masks have been safely used for decades by medical professionals, by people who have a really strong vested interest in making sure that the science they themselves are doing is accurate. But masks were in such terribly short supply. And this led to a few really serious consequences. In the United States, the CDC misled the public about the utility of masks. They certainly never spread any ideas that they might be dangerous, but they hesitated to correct some of the misinformation because of organizational issues they had, but also because they were so concerned about this issue of short supply, meaning that medical professionals would not be able to get these masks. And then the other piece that came out of this short supply is that people stood to profit by selling alternatives to disposable masks and by convincing people that traditional disposable masks were dangerous. And in fact, a great deal of the masking disinformation, if you really sort of followed it all the way down the rabbit hole, at the very bottom would be something you could buy, usually a mask, cloth mask. And so the aftermath of all this is that, in polling from late 2020 through 2022, about 10% of Americans think that masks are dangerous to their health. Interestingly, fewer than that, 7% of Americans, and again, this has been fairly consistent through 2020 through 2022, 7% of Americans believe masks are not necessary, which I find an interesting inversion. So that's what happened there. I'm going to ask you to hold that in your mind. Don't come to any conclusions yet. And let's consider another case study from this year. So again, just to sort of center ourselves with some facts on the ground, Donetsk and Luhansk, sorry, just like I tell you the stuff that's false. Okay, the disinformation attempt. So the Russian government spread the disinformation that the Ukrainian government was killing Russian speakers inside these two provinces. Again, there's no evidence of this. But again, just to bring ourselves back to the background of that situation, Ukraine is a strongly bilingual country. The president of the country is himself a native Russian speaker. But important other key things to remember, historically, there's a long history of attempts to suppress the Ukrainian language. And also quite relevant here, Russia also has a very long history of falsely accusing others of what it itself has already done or is planning to do. And this is a piece of disinformation that kind of flopped in many information ecosystems. And the reason that it flopped, we believe, is that the Ukrainian government and other Western governments very aggressively counter-messaged this. They counter-messaged it early, and in some cases, actually pre-butted this narrative. That is to say, they had intel that it was coming, and they refuted it before specific, specific messaging from Russian government came out. And what this means is that there was a real split of how this narrative landed. In the United States, very strong polling shows that nobody believes this. I don't have great polling on this particular question for Europe, but I think we have pretty strong anecdotal evidence that this is sort of laughable, and most populations in Europe know this. However, that is less true in particularly the Russian information ecosystem. It is less true in the Middle East, and it is less true particularly in Francophone Africa. And we will get into why that is the case. So, the ultimate impact of this is very different. What I find really interesting is that I really think that the net effect of this and a few other particularly sort of humorous, ridiculous to the point of being humorous piece of disinformation from Russia degraded Russia's credibility. Not that they had a ton, but they had some in Europe, and this sort of destroyed it. But in Russia, this does appear to be widely accepted as true. We do not have great polling from inside Russia, but I think given the fact that still a majority of the Russian population do appear to support the war, we have some evidence that people do still believe this inside Russia. Okay, let's get through all the bad stuff. Let's talk about what we can take away. So here we have some really clear examples of failure and success. So, what went right, what went wrong, what can we take away? So during that early period of the global pandemic, when masks were in such short supply, the CDC and other arms of the US government allowed an information vacuum around the efficacy and safety of masks to form. This happened because they had concerns about this short supply of masks, but it also happened because institutionally they hesitated. It took them a very long time to act and to speak, and that was deadly. One of the things that we did learn that was extremely successful from the early days of the Russian invasion is that governments, European governments, North American governments, were very active at monitoring for points of information pressure. That is to say, a point where there is a real hunger for information from a population. They kept track of what those were, and they made sure that they flooded the zone with accurate information, or the most accurate information you can. I cannot overstate this point enough. There's a reason it's lesson 1. It is very, very important to keep track of what people want to know and make sure that there is at least some accurate information out there. Now, this can at sometimes be very challenging. So let's move on to lesson 2. Oh, sorry, yeah, so this is the primary takeaway. If people are seeking answers, you need to make sure that the first one that they find is accurate. Lesson 2. In the face of uncertainty, delaying communication. This is something that particularly organizations are very prone to. Any kind of communication that comes out of a committee, it's very easy to say, well, we don't know the right answer, so we're just not going to communicate anything. And this is because organizations quite rightly recognize the danger of communicating inaccurate information and the danger that that poses to their own credibility. The mistake, though, is when you hesitate to communicate, your adversary will not hesitate. And so sometimes, unfortunately, the most accurate answer is uncertainty. The most accurate answer is, here are the range of possibilities. We don't know. We think it's something in here. And sometimes that is what you need to communicate. I realize this is a very difficult answer to implement. Unfortunately, again, we return to the fact that adversaries who do not care about accuracy, who care about efficacy, they will not hesitate. And this is why we do not have the option of hesitating. Clearly, communicating uncertainty is better than not communicating. Okay, lesson 3. The CDC did eventually try to reinforce the message that masks were safe. And they had so much evidence to back this. Again, literally decades of study of both surgical masks and respirators, the variety of them. They're very, very well studied. Both the safety and the efficacy are extremely well studied. But unfortunately, something that a lot of research has shown is that once misinformation takes hold, it's very, very hard to shake it loose. And this is where I get to the sort of the better way that I'm most cautious about. Pre-bunking can be effective. You know, again, this is something that we saw demonstrated very effectively during the early days of the Russian invasion, that you know, the US government and some other European governments, when they would get specific intelligence about coming Russian attempts at disinformation, they were able to pre-bunk those narratives. Pre-bunking, however, is very difficult to do well. The particular approach that is most cited as being effective is the truth sandwich. It's what I've been using with you today. But a layer of this that is difficult and important is it's important not just to message the sort of the specific fact pattern that you think an adversary will be deceiving people about. It's important to educate people about the overall narratives and overall structures, which is difficult to do and not something I have time to really get in depth with today. You know, but the single most important thing that you can do when attempting to pre-bunk is to lead with facts. Lead with facts, lead with what you know to be true, even if, unfortunately, that is uncertainty. And to the extent that you're aware of the overarching narrative that your adversary is attempting to follow, that is important as well. For example, the whole Russia has a long pattern of accusing others of what it itself has done. And again, this tactic is kind of useless if you wait. That's the entire point. So there we go. So those are sort of the 3 things I really wanted to communicate to you today. As I mentioned, our work focuses on disinformation, but also other forms of harmful content. We mostly work on elections. So I'm very hopeful that someday I'll get to, hopefully in not too many years, I'll get to cover Ukrainian election. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Laura. Do you need the clicker?
No, I do.
Okay. All right. Stephen, the floor is yours.
Okay. I have a small presentation. Okay. Great. Well, it's a tough spot to be in, given how much and how interesting all the other presentations have been up until this point. And a lot of what I was planning to say has been already gone over in some detail. So I am going to pick and choose a little bit in terms of what I originally planned to say, and maybe start with a little bit of a provocation or a question, which is that, you know, I think a theme that I've heard throughout the last 2 days has been how different technology is transforming the way in which war is being fought, particularly in the Ukraine context. And I think, and I don't disagree with that, but I think that in order to understand better what that actually means and the context behind it, I think a good way to think about it is that we're not looking necessarily at tactics that are new, that have never been seen before. I think what's new is a scale in which they're being used, and then the synthesis in terms of prior tactics and prior methods that we saw in other conflicts and how those have been scaled up and incorporated in new ways in Ukraine. So rather than being something where prior to Ukraine, we didn't see the use of digital documentation or the incorporation of cyber attacks or the use of citizen apps in which to assist in the war-fighting effort, I would say that what we're seeing and what is new is the scale in which that's being deployed. So, as I think about sort of what are 3 issues that I think are relevant when it comes to what's new, what are trends, let's start with one. So the first one is the blurring of lines between civilian and military actors. And I think actually in the last panel, Luke co-opted a lot of what I was going to say. So rather than go over what Luke said, I'm going to say, one, I agree wholeheartedly in the fact that when it comes to international humanitarian law and the issues that lead to the blurring of the lines between what is a protected civilian and what is not, this very much is a contested area, and one in which I think IHL doesn't do a sufficient job in terms of updating for the current era of hostilities. Now, that being said, I don't think that there is a high likelihood that we'll see new additions to IHL given the lack of international consensus when it comes to universal principles. And so I think the best we can do is to look for new ways to interpret what's already there, to potentially find ways to supplement information or protocols that already exist with updated guidance, but to think that we can actually include a digital Geneva conventions or a whole new protocol, I think in this current environment is probably unlikely. 2 aspects that as we look to how international instruments work right now, and I think highlight the degree of difficulty we have, one of which is the Cybercrime Convention that's currently being negotiated. Another is cyber norms and the open-ended working group. And both show you how several actors, particularly China and Russia, along with other allies, are really upending this idea of universality. And so I think that, in a broad sense, is cause for concern. So that's sort of one aspect, is that the blurring of the lines between civilian and military actors is a real thing. We've already sort of seen how that has been in other conflicts, how that's been used, but the scale and the degree in which that is something that's become a prevalent issue in the Ukraine conflict, I think is really salient. I think this is an issue here, wartime obligations of platforms and the end of neutrality, that I think is becoming highly debated. And I think there's a few different ways in which to think about this. But again, what I would say on this topic when it comes to what degree of responsibility does Twitter have, does Facebook have, does Instagram, does TikTok? This is not a new issue, but it is one that has become more heightened given the high stakes involved in the way in which information is being used in the current conflict. So back in 2012, I would say was really the kind of first instance where you saw in a conflict between Hamas and Israel, where Twitter really became a medium in which information was traded back and forth in order to shape conflict narratives. So that's looking back a decade. And then since then, we've seen many other instances where platforms have found themselves to be caught in the middle of different narratives about what's occurring. And sometimes even platforms have found themselves directly responsible when it comes to either conflict narratives or narratives relating to war crimes, where they have been held culpable for information that's been traded. And you can think about the Rohingya genocide in Myanmar as a good case in point about that. So jumping forward to Ukraine, the idea now that all of a sudden platforms have to think about what is their culpability or to what extent human rights violations filter into how they operate is not necessarily new. But it's a bigger continuation of what we've seen. And I think that there's some important questions to kind of ask yourself. But at a minimum, I think there's some new responsibilities in war that platforms have that are worth strong consideration. So one is this question of access to information. Is that something that ought to be a higher and more protected right when it comes to civilians? And so let's, there's a number of good points that we can look to empirically where this has become a big issue. You could look in Ethiopia in the civil war over there, where you have an internet shutdown taking place in a conflict-affected area. And the argument when you shut down platforms is that you deny citizens the ability to, A, find where they can seek refuge when military conflict is occurring, or B, have a means for citizens to access life-saving medicine, food, or water because they are unable to access the information to determine the location of that assistance. And so there is a growing consensus that while maybe the access to information isn't something that has quite the same heightened protections as other principles, to simply allow it to be cut off with impunity is something that represents a pretty significant harm, and one that ought to be redressed. I think a second one also relates to the issue of how IHL and how and the broader kind of human rights community, how to look at MDH. Misinformation, disinformation, hate speech in the context of war. And I think on the one hand, when you look at, there's a strong argument that humanitarians make that when you look at the use of misinformation, disinformation in terms of how it incites conflict, again, turning to like the Rohingya Myanmar example, that's where you say there's such a link to atrocities that the obligation of platforms to cut that off as soon as possible, even if there's an infringement on freedom of expression, is one that's necessary. But I think there's a an alternative viewpoint that says jumping ahead too soon, particularly when there isn't necessarily a causal attribution between one and the other, and when the stakes aren't as black and white as what we've seen in Myanmar, means that you are unfairly burdening freedom of expression and playing into the hands of authoritarians. And so maybe one way around this is to think about the notion of amplification, in the sense that if you have a certain conflict and a certain piece of content that is insightful, potentially insightful in nature, and if there is the widespread potential or the ongoing effect of amplification, perhaps that's the standard that's needed. In either case, there isn't a consensus about how that's used, but it's a huge issue when it comes to the direct commissioning of civilian harms, and one that also needs to be discussed in the context of platforms. Third issue is the idea of open source investigations and opportunities and pitfalls. And there's been a lot of good discussion about that, so again, I don't want to go too deep on this point. But what I think is important is that there obviously has been a sea change when it comes to the ability of citizens on the ground to document, to capture what has occurred, and to hopefully lead to accountability down the line when it comes to those perpetrators of atrocities. And I think that's a fair thing, and it's really a game-changing aspect, and we've seen how that's evolved from Syria in other contexts now towards Ukraine. But I think that we also have to be very cognizant of some of the dangers to relying upon this as a primary source of evidence and the potential harms that can result to individuals, and I'll point out four very quickly. So I think one is a balance of risks in the sense that to what extent is using information potentially also expose those individuals who are in, civilians and others who are in this documentation to potential harm from future acts by belligerents. I think it's always important to kind of bear in mind what is the context and how is this information being used, and to what extent are there risks associated with using that information towards civilians. I think second is the risks of biases and blind spots. So it's the idea that information in of itself, provided without context, can lead to faulty assessments and faulty outcomes in terms of what it actually means. So there's automation bias, the availability heuristic, which says essentially that if information is available about something, then therefore that information tends to be treated with more gravity without looking at necessarily the larger context. There's confirmation bias, where you already think a certain atrocity has occurred. Information comes in that confirms that and confirms specifically which perpetrators are perceived responsible, and you aren't actually going through a more rigorous or more objective due process type of process. Third is the issue of preservation of evidence, and it's the notion that while protocols are being developed, and there's I think more rigorous guidelines in terms of what you do when you capture information, what kind of metadata is associated with that, and how you can then store that securely later on for use. It is still something that's evolving, and I think requires more consistent guidelines. And then finally, just this idea, the notion of victim fatigue and re-traumatization. And we've seen this in other contexts where essentially, victims are interviewed multiple times based on evidence that has been collected by citizens on the ground in order to verify them. And over time, it becomes a situation where the need for accountability tends to get balanced out by the trauma that victims are experiencing by multiple interviews again and again and again about an atrocity occurring. And we have to be cognizant of what that means as well in the overall process of accountability in justice. So turning then quickly to this idea of, we have these outcomes and clear trends associated with the war in Ukraine. There also is a broader question about to what extent does this represent a turning point, either in terms of democracies being able to harness technologies in ways that promote the types of human rights and democratic principles we care about, or to what extent are authoritarians winning this conflict, particularly when it comes to technology. And I want to say a few things that I find concerning as we kind of look upon where tech is going and the ability of authoritarians to co-opt technologies towards their own purposes. So I think one of the things I mentioned was the difficulty of adopting old frameworks that are somewhat outdated, like international humanitarian law, to the new uses of technology that we're seeing, and the fact that we have such a logjam when it comes to international cooperation and consensus on this issue means that as technologies continue to evolve and as practices continue to change, we may not be able, there will continue to be a lag, and we may not be able to properly put in place the right accountability frameworks to deal with it. And I think that's a real concern. I think a second issue is that you're seeing the growth, the continued growth of technology used for coercion, and that can be applicable in war, that can be applicable in politics and repression, and we're seeing a pretty large mapping out between how that occurs in regimes that are non-democratic and their commensurate use of technologies like censorship and surveillance and so forth. So take a look at this slide right here. It's slightly cut off on the left. But essentially, on the left is global democracy scores in 2021. Red is bad, blue is liberal democratic. And so you can see there's a pretty wide swath of red from China to Saudi Arabia, up through Russia, into the sort of northern and central parts of Africa. And then you see on the right, this is a data set I constructed for my book last year, looking at the prevalence of digital repression. So essentially what I measured was the use of surveillance, censorship, internet shutdowns, and disinformation by countries around the world. And again, red is bad, blue is good. So the redder you are, the more likely it is that there's a prevalence of the use of these technologies. And so what you see here is that there is a very strong relationship between one and another. In other words, that there's a very high predictive factor when it comes to authoritarian regimes relying on digital technologies for repression. So why is that relevant, particularly in today's context? Well, as we know, democracy, the trend for democracies is backsliding. We're seeing a greater number of countries slip into authoritarianism or at least slip into weaker forms of democracy. So then the sort of result of that, or the consequence, is that we can also predict that there will be a greater degree of take-up and usage of technologies for more nefarious purposes. And so whether that's in war or whether that's in the course of governance, in either case, a lot of these tactics overlap. And so, for example, a lot of what we've talked about when it comes to Russia's own tactics when it comes to technology is the use of censorship at home, the use of shutdowns in different areas, particularly in territories that have been occupied, the use of disinformation in the information space. And these are not new wartime tactics. These are extensions of tactics already in use, already in play for a variety of different purposes. So that means that we can expect to see more of this both in a wartime context as well as in a political context. And then let me just sort of put a kind of finer point on that. This is the most recent data coming from Access Now about internet shutdowns worldwide. So looking just last year in 2021. And the numbers associated with the countries is how many shutdowns that we've seen. And so, you can see two patterns, one of which is that actually a weaker democracy, India, is the greatest offender when it comes to internet shutdown, with 106 recorded last year, but that there also is a pretty good mapping, just going back to the last slide, between those countries that are already digitally repressive and then those who have specific instances of internet shutdowns. And again, if you look upon that as something that is mapped onto how countries in the future will fight war and what kind of tactics they will use, this gives you a pretty good window or insight into what the future looks like, at least in terms of more autocratic leading countries and the kind of tools they will develop. So to wrap up, I think there's a number of issues at play. I think, first of all, my argument with the war in Ukraine is that it's not transformational in terms of the ushering of new technologies, but it is important and significant in terms of the scale that's changed and in terms of the synthesis and the use of technologies in new and more nefarious ways, more directly tied to military objectives. I think there's a good question that we should all ask about whether the Ukraine war is an anomaly or a harbinger of things to come. And I think there's two ways to answer that. So the argument I just made was essentially because these technology techniques that we've seen are already widely in use, what we're seeing in Ukraine is something that we should expect to see replicated in other conflicts going forward. I do think, however, that given the fact that the Ukraine war is an interstate conflict, and that's something that has been relatively rare to non-existence in the post-World War II era, and that it's unclear what we can expect in international relations going forward, whether we're going to see an uptick in interstate conflicts, such as tensions with Taiwan, or whether we'll continue to see a reversion to a pattern of internal conflicts and civil wars, which, in my opinion, is probably more likely, but it is then unclear to what extent are some of the lessons we're learning from Ukraine applicable, and to what extent are some of the other ones of less relevance. I think that's something that we need to continue to take stock and think about as we go forward. And then finally, I think that what we are seeing is the emergence of a new order when it comes to how technology is being deployed and used, and the relationship of citizens with states and with conflict. And again, I think as we continue to understand better what these patterns look like, as we continue to gather more empirical data and evidence about what is emerging from this conflict and other subsequent conflicts, I think we'll get a clearer picture of how the geopolitics themselves are sorting out and what role technology is playing in advancing those norms. So thanks for your attention. Look forward to the questions.
Thank you, Stephen. Hello? Okay. Thank you very much, Stephen and Laura. I think we have a very interesting conversation ahead of us. Laura, I believe this question is for you. And Stephen, feel free to jump in as well if you have something to add. Which actors do you think are responsible for not allowing an info vacuum? Is it mainly governments? Many governments do not have disinfo tracking desks, leaving all the work to civil society.
I guess I don't think about this as a responsibility question, right? This is in any situation where you are in information war, there are sides who have perspectives and interests, and the question is, to what degree do governments have an interest in maintaining a healthy information ecosystem, and what are the costs for them of not doing that? I think this is a very clear, easy question to answer in the case of an interstate armed conflict. I think it gets a little bit trickier when you do get into looser situations like a global pandemic where there is a more collective responsibility. But I think if I were to try to assign responsibilities, I would say it comes down to who's responsible for the consequences, right? So I do think that tech platforms are responsible for the content that they promote. And something that went unsaid in a lot of what I was talking about is, disinformation gets recommended by platforms, right? It gets recommended from, it gets recommended on YouTube, it gets recommended on Facebook, it occasionally gets recommended on TikTok and smaller platforms. And so I do think that tech platforms have a primary responsibility to not recommend harmful content, but I do think that other actors that are responsible for various consequences in people's lives need to be proactive in these spaces.
Fair enough. Do you want to add something, Stephen?
Yeah, no, I just have a small point to add, which is that, especially in the context of conflict, I get very uncomfortable when we start looking to governments to begin defining and dictating and trying to jump ahead in terms of the information environment and filling the vacuum. I think we need to think very carefully about where are the responsibilities when it comes to navigating and setting the goalposts in an objective way. But we've always relied upon independent media, at least in the West, in order to kind of fill in objective information as we need it. And I think that if we start to see, essentially like an arms race where Western democracies, fight against authoritarians for domination of the information space, in some respects we risk also undermining the legitimacy of what people feel that they're reading. That essentially becomes much more of a propaganda war than something where you actually are, provide space for independent reporters and actors to report as they see objectively what's happening in the conflict.
Okay, I hope whoever asked that question, you have been answered. I'm going to move into the next one. If pre-action to prevent disinformation will create obvious pure negative effects in society, such as chaos and fear, etc., is it still feasible to act on it?
I don't know, that feels like a really paternalistic question. I mean, it feels like, oh man, I don't know if people can handle the truth. And don't get me wrong, there's certainly circumstances where historically governments have withheld information because from the public because of military objectives is a really common one. But I think this is where I think the question has to come back down to consequences, right? In some of the specific examples I talked about, Western governments knew, partially because this is a line of disinformation that Russia has used in the past, that they were going into Ukraine to stop Nazis and war criminals, right? But the West had very specific intelligence that, in one case, that Russia was like making a fake video, right, of fake war crimes, right? There was specific intelligence that Russia was going to attempt to do this, and the U.S. government got out in front of it. I think that was the right call in that circumstance. In terms of chaos, I mean, I think this is where I slightly differ from you in the sense that I do think that we live in a world where governments have always thought about how they inform populations. They have always thought about how they work with independent news media. And by the way, I'm not saying that Western governments should engage in propaganda, because there would be nothing more harmful to their credibility than to be viewed as propagandists, to be viewed as spreaders of disinformation in the eyes of the public. That's unwise. But I do think that for thousands of years, seriously, going back to the Greeks, people have thought about how the public thinks about a conflict and what public perception of that conflict is, and that's not going away.
Right.
Yeah, no, I think it's a good point that you make, and I think the distinction I'm thinking more of is less about trying to shape narratives that benefit a particular side, which I think you're right, is something that we have seen historically. It's something that certainly predates the internet age. I think where I get uncomfortable is how far some governments are willing to go, and to the extent that that will be matched because there's a view that if we don't do X, then we're going to fall behind. So just a quick case in point would be, the type of methods on disinformation that Russia and other actors have used in terms of state-sponsored troll farms, sponsorship of other, cyber trolls and other actors that specifically go in to undermine information narratives in ways that benefit Russia's policies. And to see, a commensurate type of information warfare exercised, by democracies, I think would be a really damaging thing. So that's kind of more what I was alluding to, less about the kind of overall picture of Russia says something that's false, we're going to push back and say, this is actually what's happening.
Just to very quickly say, I completely agree that taking on Russia's tactics would be incredibly damaging for, for European or North American governments, when I say that we need to not leave a space uncontested, I don't mean that we should use those same tactics. I just more mean that saying nothing is a mistake.
I think I'm sure there's a quote somewhere about someone brilliant, I think, said something about that it's better, saying nothing is just as bad as saying the wrong thing. This is what I heard somewhere. I think it's an African proverb. Saying nothing in some cases is just as bad as saying the wrong thing. You look very tense about this statement. No?
I agree with it.
Oh, okay, all right. I'm reading you
I
wrong.
think it captures the truth very well.
Speakers, thank you so much. Thank you so much for an enlightening conversation. Please give them a round of applause. Okay, so we are going to do an energizer. Okay, because everyone's looking a little bit sleepy, and I know it's almost coffee time, but I need you guys to wake up, especially for the next session that's coming up. So we're going to do a very brief organizer. Before we get deep into the organizer, I want you guys to all log into Slido, and there is a poll happening right now. The poll is, what sector do you represent? And we're going to come back to this after our energizer. Are you in the NGO sector, media, government, civil society, or the private sector? Okay, it looks like the NGOs are dominating today. Okay, good. While you guys are doing that, if you remember, our conversation throughout the entire forum has been always coming back to, why should people care about the war in Ukraine? Okay, Mariana, please could you bring up, Mariana, please could you bring up the word cloud while they're filling in their sectors? Okay, so there's a lot of people here from different countries. We established this on day one. Yes, we've got Romania, Hungary, Greece, okay, Bulgaria, Ukraine, the UK. We've got the United States, Poland, Egypt, Turkey, okay, Zimbabwe. All right, so we've got a lot of countries. I'm sorry if I haven't said your country, because I got a bit of friction at tea time yesterday that you didn't say my country. So I'm really sorry if I haven't said your country, okay? But, okay, so here's what we're going to do. I need you all to stand up, please. Who can easily say that they have met and spoken to every single person here? Just show me. Just show me by a show of hands. That you have spoken to every single person in this room. Juliana, okay, Juliana, you sit down, girl. Okay, right. Because it's impossible to talk to every single person, right? I want you to choose one person who you haven't spoken to yet. Okay, who you haven't spoken to yet. And you're gonna have, about, let's call it 5 minutes maximum, okay? It's not speed dating, so calm down. All right, and I want you to ask that person their thoughts on why people should care about the war in Ukraine. Now, important part of this, if you don't know their profession, or if you don't know what sector they come from, don't ask them, okay? I say, hi, I'm so-and-so, I'm from Zimbabwe, and I'm a teacher. No, okay? Don't do that. You can know their names, but don't ask them what they do for a living. Do we understand the instruction? Are we awake? Okay, cool. Your 5 minutes starts now. All right. People are still going. Do you need more time? If you raise your hand if you need more time. Raise your hand if you need more time. Okay, I'll give you about 3 more minutes, 2 to 3 more minutes. Okay, time's up. Time's up, time's up, time's up, time's up. Hey, stop! Don't worry, you're gonna get to talk during tea. Tea time is coming. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. All right, I can tell there's a lot of energy in the room now. Okay. Right, did everybody get to talk about the topic at hand? Yes? Okay. So I'd like to talk right now. If you met somebody and you don't know what profession they're in, and they told you what they think about why people should care about the war in Ukraine, please raise your hand. So everybody knew what the other person was. Okay, well, okay, we've got a couple. Okay, all right. Come to the front. Yeah, come on. You guys don't want tea? I really want tea. I like those little, the long rectangle ones. It's like the Nutella stuff. Those are nice. Okay. Okay, so as short as you can, I'm going to ask you if you remember the name of the person you were speaking to, and if you can, it's okay if you don't, they'll just be looking at you like this from the crowd. So you're gonna ask them, you're gonna tell me if you know their name, and then you guess what their profession is, and then you say what they told you about why people should care about the war in Ukraine. Clear? Clear? One more time? Okay, so I spoke to Anna, and Anna, I think she works in the NGO sector, that I would guess, and this is what she had to say about why people care about the war in Ukraine. Better? Yeah? Okay, all right, we're gonna start on this end.
Okay, I spoke with a guy, I don't know his name, but it starts with M. I don't know what he does for a living, but I would guess he's in the media or in an NGO. And he thinks we should care about the war in Ukraine because it could also affect us in the future, and it could be us any day, so yeah.
Okay, cool. Where is M? Where is M? Okay, all right. M, what sector are you in? I work in an NGO. He works in an NGO. Okay, you're right. You have very high level of perception. Okay, good. Next.
Okay, I also spoke with a guy, I don't remember his name, sorry. And I would guess he works in the media. And he told me that he thinks people should care about the war because it's closer than we think, and
Okay, closer than we think.
Yes.
Oh, okay, who is it that you spoke to? And what sector do you work in?
We can say civil society.
Civil society, so like NGO-ish?
Actually, I don't have a job.
Okay, well, media then. Round of applause. This was a sign of what sector you're supposed to be in, all right.
She mostly talked about like how war is actually closer to us and how this experience made us realize this. And it was kind of an empathetic answer, but it was also kind of neutral. So I want to say media.
That she works in media. Okay. And what sector do you work in? Media. Oh man. So I think your future job is maybe like psychic. You know. So round of applause for him. He was listening. All right.
Yeah. So I talked to her, and I don't remember the name either. So sorry. But I'm pretty sure you have to work in media too. Yeah, nice. And she said that pretty much the same thing as me, that because it can also affect us and we can be the next, and also first and foremost because it shouldn't be happening at all.
Okay, all right. Nice,
I don't remember her name also, sorry for that. It was too loud around us and we could barely hear each other. but we had the same opinion that we should care about the war in Ukraine because it can happen to anyone. It is really close to us, and I think that she is a student. Yes, am I right? Half.
I spoke to Ira. I think she's an influencer, and she told me that she's from Ukraine, so she apparently thinks everyone should care about the war.
Hello, I spoke with Pavel, Pavel from Bulgaria. What about me? I'm copywriter. I think maybe it's a little bit close, but not totally, yeah. And Pavel originally from Bulgaria, but now work at Budapest. And I suppose that he is professor at some university and something like this. And he just, I think in general, the main idea of Pavel, why foreigners, foreigners, influencer, journalists must continue, must pick this topic, it is because it's the main agenda setting in the Europe, in the world, maybe like in general, yeah.
You can take a seat. Okay, so the purpose of this was to see if we really listen to each other. Because it's one thing to come to a conference and meet and talk and have tea and meat and food and all that stuff. And to walk away and be like, hey, it was a really great forum. It was so great. There were so many people from so many countries, and we learned about technology, and we learned about trolls, and we learned about all the amazing things that are happening, and we got to read and hear real life stories. It's not enough. You have to go away and remember something. So basically, it's to try and give you something to remember, that even if you don't remember all the presentations, if you don't remember the name of the speakers, if you don't remember the facts that were shared, the statistics, at the very least, you remember that I spoke to a student, and this is what she told me about her perception of the war. Because at the end of the day, we're supposed to be connected. We're supposed to leave here more connected than we were when we got here. Okay, we got here as strangers, but we need to leave at least with the form of some kind of a hive mind, yeah? Where we all understand each other. We are building the bridge, yeah? To borrow, I think it was Paulus who said this yesterday, to borrow what he said, that we need to build a bridge. Okay, so thank you so much for participating. I hope you continue your conversations during tea, and that you realize there's a lot more cool people here than the ones you picked and decided, I'm going to go talk to this person. So I hope that you'll continue to have conversations with people you do not know, and that we will return here in the next couple minutes. And please, I also encourage you, if you haven't yet, write down those thoughts. Write down why you think the war, why people should care about the war in Ukraine. The board is there. You've told each other now, you've verbalized it. Now that you've verbalized your thoughts, even if it's the same thing that everyone else is saying, it doesn't matter. Write it down. Your voice matters. Your thoughts matter to us. So it's now time to have a very quick tea. Okay, we're going to have a quick tea, and we're going to come back for the last session with an amazing lady who's currently in Ukraine, and it's going to be wonderful. You're going to be so happy to have that conversation with me. Enjoy your tea. who has an interesting story to tell. Our next speaker is Alia Chandra. She's the editor-in-chief of Euromaidan Press. And we're going to have just a conversation to hear the work that she's been doing. And we're going to get into a bit of a deep conversation to wrap up. I think it's the perfect way to tie up our event. And we're going to be looking at how Russian propaganda myths undermined Ukraine's capability to defend, how Ukraine's ability to speak for itself is crucial for winning the war, and how Ukraine each day has to prove its agency. Welcome, Alia.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well. How are you?
Excellent. I'm very happy to be with you today, even if in such a virtual way from the screen. And yes, indeed, I will be today speaking about the everyday battle that communicators in Ukraine fight to prove that their nation has a right to exist, and why our mere very existence of Ukraine depends on the outcomes of this battle. So just a second. I will share my screen. You can see my screen, right?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So, the radical notion that Ukraine has a right to exist. As we speak, girls and boys twice younger than me are dying in Ukrainian steppes, outgunned and outmanned by an invading force, fighting against a genocidal invasion for the right of their nation to exist. And the outcome of this battle is directly dependent on how much the world will care. This is a rough summary of where Ukraine stands right now. And where I and dozens of my journalist colleagues find ourselves struggling to battle Ukraine fatigue, and even as a recent op-ed about Ukraine named it genocide fatigue. The truth is that Ukraine is very determined to defend its freedom and its land. The Ukrainian army is very motivated to fight, and it has done wonders. But in this fight, artillery is decisive, and Russia has immeasurably more of it. Ukraine could launch a counteroffensive, but it needs lots of Western weapons and support. It also needs to counter Russian narratives and prove that it deserves to exist. Proving that we deserve to exist is an everyday challenge for Ukraine. For many centuries, Russia has controlled the narrative about Ukraine and Ukrainians. In the time of Empress Catherine II in the 18th century, inconvenient historical books that countered Ukrainian imperial narratives about its so-called right to the land it invaded were destroyed. And today, inconvenient for Russia historical books about Ukraine's fight for independence are being destroyed in temporarily occupied Ukrainian lands. So, for many centuries, Russia controlled the narrative about Ukraine. And today, this continues. Only these narratives are not recognized as imperial narratives, as opposed to while so-called imperialism is criticized when it pertains to Western nations. Russia's imperialism is not recognized, but it really is a crucial factor in this war that Russia is waging against Ukraine. You may have heard about these Russian imperial narratives today, such as NATO should not have provoked Russia, we should allow Putin to save face, Ukraine should be permanently neutral for peace in Europe, should the world pay for Ukraine's refusal to cede land to Russia? This war is getting expensive, and it's everyone's best interest to end it as soon as possible. Ukrainians and Russians are a fraternal nation, and thus Ukraine should live in Russia's sphere of influence. You will find these narratives being shared, being voiced at conferences, being talked about in op-eds, in articles, in Western publications. They're being discussed ad nauseum. But what is really common in all of them is that they deny agency to Ukraine, and they are based on a presupposition that somebody else knows what is best for Ukraine, not Ukraine itself. They go by other names today. They're not called imperialism. They're called political realism or anti-Westernism or anti-Americanism. But all of this really, it's about the denial of Ukraine's Ukraine's ability to exist. And it also happens because Ukraine is a blank spot on the map for many, many around the world. So actually, this is a reason why we launched the website Euromaidan Press, because during the Euromaidan revolution, news about Ukraine, it got into the Western media sphere, either from Moscow-based correspondents of Western agencies that looked at the protests through a Russian lens, or through translations, English language translations of Russian media agencies. And of course, the Euromaidan protests, they were branded as a nationalist uprising, as a far-right uprising, which was really very far from the truth. And this is why our website from 2014, it strives to be a voice for Ukraine. It strives to tell the story of Ukraine from Ukrainians themselves. And it is very crucial that the aggressor does not control the narrative. We can see the examples in previous examples. The war against Chechnya. After declaring independence from Russia and heroically resisting a Russian invasion, Chechnya was brutally massacred with the same scorched earth tactics that Russia is using in Ukraine today. And the world turned the other way. As it turns out, a major part in this was played by Russia's control over the narrative regarding Chechnya. It painted the Chechens as dangerous Islamic radicals. And as a representative of Free Ichkeria, Musa Tayyipov, told me, Chechnya then, it was placed on the altar of economic cooperation with Russia. And a very similar danger exists in Ukraine, that it will also be placed on the altar of economic cooperation with Russia. And we also see the same playbook regarding Ukraine being played with the demonization of Ukrainians as far-right nationalists. So this is why Russian propaganda so loves the topic of Ukrainian nationalists, smearing them as Nazis and far-right radicals. And this myth is surprisingly persistent and influential, and it has aided Russia in its genocidal invasion of Ukraine. The logic here, so basically, it's a non-problem that Russian propaganda made into a sexy topic for Western media and thus influenced the whole media discourse about Ukraine. And as a result, the topic of the Ukrainian far right was discussed ad nauseum and not Russia's genocidal invasion. And the logic is, here goes, how does this work actually? That there can't be smoke without fire. And subsequently, if there is this Russian propaganda talk about the problem of the Ukrainian far right, then there must be a problem, and we will find it. And countless English language projects embarked on the tantalizing quest to find this terrible far right radicals in Ukraine. And one of them is the Azov regiment. So this is only a distraction for the real problem, and that is Russia's genocidal invasion. The case of the Azov regiment, there a myth of a neo-Nazi battalion was created, and a consequence of this was that the Azov regiment, one of the most willing to fight, one of the most dedicated units defending Ukraine, it was not being trained and not armed with Western weapons. And because of that, it lacked modern weapons to defend Ukrainians in Mariupol from mass killings by Russia. You may have heard about the siege of Mariupol that lasted more than 100 days, with the Azov regiment, along other Ukrainian units, fighting to defend it. They did not have javelins, they did not have unlaws, they did not have other weapons that could have allowed them to better resist the Russian invasion. And thus, Mariupol fell. So this is one of the cases where a Russian propaganda narrative, it had a really real outcome for the war. And this myth, if you think that it's not persistent, think again. Just on the 10th of February 2022, this is 2 weeks before Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the New York Times was worried about armed nationalists in Ukraine. And where they found these armed nationalists is actually a fringe political group that are, they call themselves radical liberalists. And they have an anti-discrimination policy. So they can't be really even further from the threat of armed far right that this article paints them with. But nevertheless, because this is such a popular topic, the New York Times found these nationalists in Ukraine. So an example of how Russian propaganda, even though we know that Russian propaganda, it paints Ukrainians as nationalists, somehow this myth still manages to influence the media discourse about Ukraine. Another case in point about the evolution of narratives and how narratives influence Ukraine and the outcome of the war is the evolution of narratives and arming Ukraine. So just before the invasion, there were the popular discussion was that the West cannot give Ukraine arms because it will provoke Russia. Then later on, as the threat of invasion grew, the narrative changed. It went that we can't give Ukraine anything but defensive arms because it will provoke Russia. Then after the invasion, immediately the narrative was we can't give Ukraine arms because it already lost. When Ukraine fought back, the narrative changed again. It went that we can't give Ukraine heavy offensive arms because it will provoke Russia. And we're here now, the narrative now goes that we can't give Ukraine long-range missiles because it will provoke Russia. We can't give Ukraine Western tanks and jets. And Ukraine can't strike targets on Russian territory. So what happened here is that because Ukraine fought back, because it proved that it can actually win, the narrative and the discussion shifted. And we find ourselves here each day proving that Ukraine can fight back, that it has a right to resist, and it should be armed because of its right to exist. The question is, how willing is the world to support the radical notion that Ukraine has the right to exist? So each day after Russia's invasion of our country, many Ukrainians picked up, they understood intuitively that Ukraine needs to communicate to the world, that it has to stop being a blank spot on the map, that it has to have a human face. And so many people took to Twitter to communicate their experiences, and there are many influencers now, many Ukrainians telling each day about how they lived through the war. There are grassroots projects that documenting Ukrainians' experience of war. Media outlets each day find ways to reach people who are far removed from war, to have people imagine themselves living through war, to make it clear that these are real people suffering in the war. And a major task that is before us as a media outlet in Euromaidan Press is that we find ways to give to the audience, not only take. And what I mean by this is that we don't only ask for support, but we find ways how Ukraine can inspire the world, how we, even in these circumstances we are in, how we can inspire people around the world with stories of heroism, with humor, with legends and meanings and emotions. Each day is a search for how we can engage the world, how we can engage audiences around the world to care about Ukraine and to support us. And symbols, they play a crucial role here also. And we have been told that in many countries, Ukraine is being supported because it is seen as the underdog, because it is fighting against all odds. And the symbols that have spread around the world, they testify to that. For instance, Patron, maybe you've seen him. This is a famous demining dog that has really become a legend and a symbol of Ukraine today. The Russian worship "Go F Yourself" stamp, and a stamp where a Ukrainian tractor is towing away a Ukrainian tank. They really are symbolic of Ukraine's fight. And as long as Ukraine will fight, it has a chance to have people, to draw people in and to have people root for it. So to conclude, Ukraine can win only if people around the world will care. So I'd like to use this chance to thank everyone who advocates for Ukraine. There are plenty of opportunities to do it on Twitter and social media. And of course, I invite you to follow our website, Euromaidan.press.com, and follow us on Facebook and Twitter to keep track of our fight for our existence. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Alia. I don't know if you can hear me clearly.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you that well.
Could you put me up a bit? Okay, that's better. Can you hear me better now?
A little bit, but not that well. Oh, let's try it.
Let's try. My question is to you is about compassion fatigue. How do you, in your opinion, what do you think needs to happen in order to combat compassion fatigue? How do we address it? How do we deal with it?
I think there isn't one answer to this. Each day we search for this. We search for ways to bring the reality even closer. We search for heroes. We search for stories to break through this fatigue. And I think it's really a case of having people imagine that this is happening to them, that this is happening to their family. Imagine if you woke up in Ukraine and your home was destroyed by a missile. Imagine that this is your father and your brother that are going to war. Imagine that this is them being killed. Imagine that you lost your home. And basically, it's about providing ways for people to live these experiences, to partake in this experience. And it's really a question of finding the words, the right words to break through, to the right words to appeal. And it's a little bit like an uphill battle, because of course we're in for a very long war, because Ukraine is not receiving the weapons to immediately end it. So each day it will be an uphill battle for us to draw attention and to fight this fatigue.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any questions, comments? There is one comment that came in on Slido. The comment was that we should care about the war in Ukraine because Russia has to pay for every war crime which has been done in Ukraine by Russian militaries. And I don't know whether you have a comment on that statement of one of our main questions throughout the entire conference has been, why should people care about the war in Ukraine? Like, we know we should care, but why? What is the reason? Especially for regions that are really far away from Europe. What reason would you give them to care about the war in Ukraine?
Well, the first reason I would give is that if evil is unpunished, it will spread. If we do not care about the war in Ukraine now, then you will have to care soon about problems in where you live. Because during World War II, there was also an idea that if the aggressor is appeased, he will just stop and the problem will sort of go away. The problem will not go away. And it's best to stop it now. It's best for everybody. It's the most cost-effective way to stop the problem, to stop it before it grows. And we try to, of course, this is the rational explanation, but rational explanations don't always work. And today we find ourselves communicating constantly that to appealing to emotions, to the fact that it's unjust. This goes against our sense of justice. This goes against our sense of dignity, of everything, these ingrained values that people have. And it's also so two ways: either the rational explanation, or just to show what this invasion leads to, and invoke this this reaction of this isn't just, this can't be like this, we have to do something.
Thank you so much for your time, Alia. Thank you so much for your presentation as well. A round of applause, please.
Thank you very much for your attention. And good luck.
Thank you. We wish you peace. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite my colleague, Nikos, to help me with this last bit.
Thank you, Aura.
How are we feeling? How are you feeling, Nikos? Like, you've been also had a lot of opportunities to listen and to participate. How are you feeling about the conference, about the forum? Like, what are your thoughts, your take-homes?
Okay, you know that it was back-to-back event that we have kind of a continuum from Thessaloniki to Sofia, but taking into account of the participation of the speakers and especially much more your contribution, both offline and online, it was a very successful event. An event that kept us here, an event that kept us actually showing the support towards Ukraine and what happens and our interest of what is happening there. It has been a forum where we have discussed both current and future trends. We have actually, it is a forum that in relation of what have happened, of what is happening actually in Ukraine, it have managed to capture all the recent evolutions. And to my knowledge, as far as I can tell, it doesn't exist any similar up until now that it follows to that end the current developments. And what about you, Aura?
I think what has stuck out to me the most about this forum, and it's one thing to look at the program. I was privy, and we all had the privilege to look at the program first, but it's another thing to experience it. It's another thing to really delve into. Just seeing the topic and then watching the presentations and watching the information that was shared was very interesting. I honestly feel very educated. I don't think I had a full understanding of how digital technologies are being used. Like the extent to which they're being used. I was just used to, yes, they're using Twitter and they're sending Bitcoin and, and yeah, they're sharing videos on YouTube. I didn't have a clear understanding. For example, I think it was called Ru Asset. I think I'm saying it incorrectly. Yes, the website where you can search and see, okay, which person is connected to which company. I think that's brilliant. And, just back up Ukraine, that project that, what's his name? Teo was not Teo. Yeah. Forgive me, my brain. But yes, the project of backing up Ukraine using 3D technology, using your cell phones as a scanner. The concept of understanding how the internet works and how algorithms work.
Violations as well, by recording the violations.
Exactly. So I think it was very educative, and we'd like to just sort of open up this space. I know we all may be feeling a little bit fatigued and a bit tired, but if anyone is actually open to share maybe their key take-homes from the 2 days, please, this is the time. The platform is yours. If you have, it doesn't necessarily have to be a question, it can just be a comment, it can be one word.
Or just an applause.
Or just an applause, okay? Or just an applause. Does anyone have anything they'd like to throw into the pot before we wrap up? Yes.
So, thank you very much. I want to express my gratitude, first of all. I cannot agree more than I'm so educated now because I've heard so many great ideas and presentations. And maybe something that I want to, take home as a message. So my name is Tiko Tsomaya. I come from Georgia. And as you might know, we have experienced, we are still, the war is, hybrid war is still ongoing, right? Russia has occupied our territories and many people were displaced from Abkhazia and Ossetia. And, only 30 years later, so very recently, we were able to document the stories of women who were killed in 1992 and 1993, because we did not have technologies, we did not have that experience how storytelling matters, how documentation matters, okay? We were not experienced, so we were not able to document all these stories. And can you imagine, only recently, 30 years later, people were able to tell their horrible stories about atrocities, about rape, about killing of children, horrible things, okay? But what we see now, world becomes you know, kinda, I think, you know, people who are striving for a better world are, you know, stronger. And with the help of technologies, with the kind will, okay, I think we can do a lot. And this was so encouraging to see all these young people, okay, Ukrainian people who are fighting with, who do everything to just spread the world truthful information about what is going on, about the evil that is going on. So this was very encouraging for me, okay? And thank you for that. I'm grateful for that. And I think, you know, just not to make very dramatic my point, I think Vanga, fortune teller, who is Bulgarian, she said, Ukraine will win and Russia will decline, okay? I mean, that's a joke, but also our Georgian great poet, he said, you know, evil will be, I mean, this is a nice lyrics that we all know Georgians, we believe this is true, right? That the evil will be defeated by the good, okay? By the kindness. So I trust this and thank you for everything.
Thank you so much for sharing with your heart as well, sharing so much of yourself. Nobody else? Oh, yes.
I would like just to make a short point and thank you for this incredible forum. I am really happy that we are gathering and talking about this, and as a Ukrainian, I'm double happy that we are talking about this war. And I am really impressed how many interesting thoughts and presentations we have seen during these 2 days. And I was really happy to meet my colleagues from Ukraine, to meet new people here. And I want to say that the war in the digital age is going on still, and it will go on. Hopefully we will win very soon. But as long as this war is going on, I'm really happy that such organizations as DCN and all of you are talking about this topic. So I'm really grateful to DCN and to all of you for being here today.
Yes.
Is it turned on? Hi, thank you so much for having me. My name is Mirela, and I didn't realize how much of what we know about the war is shaped by technology. It's like a lens through which we look at it, from the way we get our news to the way we will hopefully prosecute crimes one day. But my main takeaway has more to do not so much with the war, but my work, so the disinformation angle. And I think that while technology didn't create the disinformation narratives, we cannot hope to even fight disinformation in a meaningful way without all the technological tools and aspects that we discussed. Thank you so much.
Thank you. One more, two more? No? All right. So then I think that brings us to a close of what I believe has been a successful 2 days and what I believe is very enlightening. And I really hope that we all leave with something. Please, speakers, pay attention to the group. There'll also be a lot of coordination about your transfers to the airport, those who are traveling, also details on like meals, etc., etc. All of that is going to be posted in the group, so please pay attention to the group. Also, we'd like to
avoid Germany, because there are a lot of strikes recently.
Avoid Germany, okay. And maybe we can also just acknowledge our partners for the event.
Exactly. We should acknowledge actually this type of events seems, if you are an outsider, very easy to organize, but actually it entails a lot of work in order to be done and reach this kind of result. For this work, our team worked really hard, and we would like, representing all DCN Global, to thank especially Juliana. Please, an applause to Juliana. To Mariana as well. Anna and her amazing technical team. And also to the person that actually inspired all of us, asking Diana come here as well. Vlad, come, we have a present for you. A present, a present for the ambassador, for the minister, and Vlad. Come here. Come over. We want, we want actually to express our gratitude and thanks to Vlad that supported us all these years. And he has been the driving force behind what you see. And we would like, as members of the board, as a community, Nico, come as well. Don't be a photograph. To express our gratitude and thank you very much, Vlad, for everything. Thank you. Okay, thank you. You should open it.
It's the it feels like a birthday. Open it, open it.
It's going to jump on me? It's alive? Let's see. Wow, that's nice.
Yes, it's
Greek letters.
Greek letters. It is the A. It is where we have started, actually. That means that we will still work and we have a lot of things to do. Please do not forget that DCN is a thriving community, so you can become members, and we're looking forward for you to joining us.
Let me say something, because I know she's watching. So I want to thank the State Department which funded this event, and especially Linnea Allison, who's the program officer at the Office of Citizen Exchanges. A tremendous contribution from the very beginning with DCN and DCN Global. And I think that her contribution to this made a difference and made all these things possible. You know, made possible 5 or 6 years of development of DCN, made possible the fact that you are all here looking at digital influence on the war in Ukraine. And I think that, you know, if you look towards that board, what I hope that you are going to continue to write, you know, to completely feel it, you could see that our activity and our future, you know, have a lot of sense and a lot of meaning and a lot of reasons only if we look at that question, you know, to try to convey the message that Ukraine is important for all of us, that it's important for reasons that could be deciphered if we look at history. It's important because it's about us as a global community. It's not only about one country. And only together as a coalition, which DCN is, we could accomplish all this. So again, I wanted to thank to Linnea, to everybody else at State Department who's supporting us, and to the amazing people that you see here, and some of them you don't see here, that actually make this possible, make this global possible. And one appeal to all of you is, I hope that you have a good time here, and I hope tonight that it's going to continue to be a good time. But my biggest hope is that we are going to stick together, and we are going to do this wonderful work together for years to come. So again, thank you so much to you, to the DCN board, and also to everybody who contributes to not to leave Ukraine forgotten and to make this world a better place. Thank you.
So we all have to do speeches now. Prepare. Okay. For me, Sofia is special because 3 years ago is where I first attended the DCN conference. So it's very funny to remember all these places in that context, and also to see that DCN, the team of DCN, has gone through a pandemic and is going through this new world situation, and we are adapting to everything, and we are growing as a team. And I would like for you to see how well we get together, considering that we have like almost daily meetings online. And I really hope that you will follow up on this conference in getting more involved, because it's not about the presentation or the room or the, I don't know, the flights, it's about the people here. So it's wonderful to see so many interesting and intelligent and emotionally intelligent people here. So it's a privilege to be here with my colleagues and you. Thank you.
I would like to thank you all for your kind feedback. I have the chance to speak with a lot of you, and your words were very kind. We appreciate your support and your feedback. I would like you to check this. Of course, I'm continue to work. So you can follow us on social media. You can check our upcoming activities. We are all almost 24 hours online, so you can contact us, follow up, tell us, share with us your projects, your activities. It would be very nice to follow up and to continue to network and work together.
Now it will be hard for me to add more, but this what happened here and everything that you see online when you follow DCN, what we are doing, what we will be doing, this is the strength of the community. So the more we are, the better things we are going to accomplish together, and the better world, in the better world, we are going to live together. So be in touch with all of us, each of us, get in touch, message us, send us emails. Let's be in touch, let's think together, let's evolve together, and let's make this world even better for us and, of course, for those who come after us. Thank you for being with us.
It's a great honor to see new faces who join DCN. And you might be a professional in your field for years or decades and never heard about us before. But it's super great that you join us. And DCN, it's not the people who are staying on the stage, it's as well the people who is watching us online as sitting in this room. In this regard, I encourage you to bring a golden piece of DCN with you and continue your work locally, because what you do in your field on nation level, on local level, or on regional level brings a difference. And we're here to help you. Thank you.
And okay, now it's the time of what we're doing at every forum, to have a group picture in order to see it after years and say how young I used to be. So please come everyone here at the stage, because this is a tradition that we want to keep it with all of you at the center of the stage to have a family photo. Come on.
Up, you can get up. You can get up onto the stage.
The taller, yes. Are you?
The taller you are, you should get up on the stage. Fellow shorties, we belong down here. Little people belong at the bottom. Nikos, I don't know what you're looking for down here. You're too tall. Bye.
But someone should be here.
Look at... oh, shame. Yeah, you see, there is fine for us. This is fine.
You will come, yeah.
Yes. Yeah. It's locked. There's a... Whoa, stop.